Okay, so hello everybody, and welcome to second day of Runda Digital Day. We are very happy to be able to do that, thanks to the support of Merlin and Impala as well. And we're gonna talk about Impala. That's what we're gonna start with today. Helen Smith from Impala here today with us, and Kees van Veen, also from Impala, but also from many other organizations and a lot of different experience. So we're going to talk about that as well a bit. So thank you for joining me. I'm very excited to talk about Impala because it's our anniversary. And when I say our, not just for people who actually work in Impala or are involved with Impala, but I think it's an anniversary for the indie community as well. And I think that work that Impala do is very important for the indie community overall. So it's not just about people who are in the managing board of Impala or people working with Impala, but it affects every single independent label in the business. So thank you for joining me in these difficult and challenging times. But we're glad that we are able to speak with you guys even this way. So maybe we can start from I guess there might be some of the people watching us today who doesn't know what Impala is. So maybe Helen or Case, maybe you, whoever wants to start, of just shortly explaining what Impala is. Case,
I would like to do an introduction, and that
sure.
is the only introduction is to Helen, because the celebration should go to Helen in particular as well, because she was there from day one. And Helen has been there all the 20 years. So, Helen, to you to explain what Impala is and what we do.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So it's funny. I remember when there was a meeting. I was working at AIM, which is like the UK equivalent of Runda, and there was a meeting, and these people came into the office, and Michel Lambo was one of them. Martin Mills, Jonas Sostrom from Playground in Scandinavia, and and there was a lot of talk. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, there's something really exciting. And I am from Scotland, so I am naturally, very pro-European and attracted by everything European, which of course is maybe a little bit different to some of my southern neighbours at the time. So now, fast forward, we have an association which is made up of national associations and also direct members. And we are operating in 30 countries now with over 5,000 members. And what we can see is that, the idea was really quite simple, was to have a voice for the independent sector, because we could see that, of course, we share many common viewpoints with the majors and with IFPI on copyright and the need to have a strong toolkit. But of course, there are so many other issues, for example, digital, access to finance, competition, promotion, access for radio, playlisting, etc., organization of our community and our artist profile, which we felt we need to have our own distinct voice, and that was really the rationale for creating Impala.
When we talk about indie labels, I think that's also important point. A lot of people, when we started making Runda, a lot of people started asking me how this can be a member, that can be a member, and
Yeah.
so on. So I think it's also important maybe to point out what being independent means today, or what it meant the whole time. What's maybe both of you can okay, you can say probably the definition, but maybe Case can say what it means to him and to also the labels he was working with.
If I may answer that one, what you see also within Runda, and congratulations that you have now 56 members, which is
Thank
absolutely great in such a short time, is that you see at Runda as well, they're mainly smaller labels. So a label can be of 2, 3 people, or we have some bigger independent labels like the Pias and the Beggars Group and some others. but mainly all those 5,000 members we have along Europe are SMEs, as they're called, small medium enterprises. So they're small companies, and they're the best innovators in the music business, because they are the breeding ground in A&R, searching for new artists, and do it with their heart, do it with dedication, and not only with money in their minds. Mostly these are music people.
Okay, okay. So it's been 20 years. Case, how long have you been with Impala?
I think, Helen, I'm now 13 years with Impala.
Well, 13 years on the board. Wow. Time flies.
Yes.
How's been how's from your perspective, Case? How's that experience been? So far, what were the most challenging tasks since you joined Impala?
I think that I have to go back a little bit, that I came from the major world. I spent 33 years at the majors during my career. Then I went into rough trade distribution, rough trade in Holland, and I became an independent. And that was, funny enough, so refreshing, because you were more able, although I was vice president of Universal Music, still you always have to find and follow the guidelines from wherever, at the time London, now these days it's LA. And being an independent, you have your own company, you have your own responsibility, you take your own decisions, and not looking at the financial controller. And of course, money is extremely important, but now you're able to take your own decisions. That is, I think, the secret of the growing importance of the independence. And if you then go back to your question, yeah, we have published on our Impala website a special section of Impala 20 with all our plans. And of course, we can talk about it, but I would recommend everyone go to impala.org and check it out, because there you can read back what we all have in our plans. And what were our great achievements? I think that the biggest achievement is via the office in Brussels, that we have a good voice and a good ear in Brussels at the EU. That's so important, because there is it mainly where we have to defend and bring our common wishes of all the Impala members on the board, on the table, and we have an ear. And that is thanks to a very efficient secretariat in Brussels by Impala.
You mentioned Impala 20 milestones as 20 years of Impala. So Helen, we maybe can talk about that, but yeah, we can start from that. What's your? I know there's people can go to Impala website. You can check it out, Impala Music. You will get different results about the animal Impala band and so on. But try to find the proper Impala, and then go to Impala 20 years section. You will see it in the news, and then you will see Impala milestones. And I can say I'm proud, and the whole team of Runda is proud to be included in those milestones, but we can talk about it later as well. But Helen, since you've been there from the very beginning, how things changed? I mean, music business changed a lot in not in 20 years, in 5 years, in 3 years, it changed so rapidly. And now, you have this 20 years of experience running the organization from scratch, and then the fights maybe you had at the beginning are not maybe now important as they are the new ones coming up. How that changed in your workflow, in the future planning of the organization and everything.
So sure. So the organization, initially it was, like a fairly loose coalition, no full-time staff. So I started to get involved after 3 years in 2003 when I moved to Brussels from London. And then in 2007, the members decided, okay, so this is going well, let's have our dedicated office. And then, of course, then you're able to step up things to a different level. But what was interesting was right from the start, the Impala managed to get some real wins under its belt, because all of a sudden there was this attempted merger between EMI and Warner, and the commission had never heard from any independent companies on what the impact of consolidation might be on the independent sector. So what was it going to mean for getting your artists on radio? What does it mean for distribution? What would it mean for the developing digital market? You know, those were days when, you know, the majors imagined that they might have their own digital platforms. And of course, that's normal when you're used to running your own distribution. You want to control the marketplace. And so there were all sorts of different ideas going around. And that the result of that was the commission really thinking, hold on a minute, maybe consolidation is not such a good thing for competition. So they came up with a list of objections, and the parties went away. So all of a sudden, Impala was like all over the press as some kind of player in Brussels, some kind of influencer, which of course is a word we didn't use then, but now we know what it means with hindsight. And then of course you have other developments, and including, I think, for example, we took this class action to the European Court. That was also in a competition case. And again, we managed to get the decision of the commission overturned, and the case went on. But the outcome was that, you know, we managed to change the way that the European Commission looks at consolidation. Then fast forward a few years, you've got the copyright directive, where that was an amazing experience, because we were able to say, you know, this is the voice that really matters. We account for 80% of music that's released in Europe today. This is not about big tech and big music. This is about hundreds of thousands of livelihoods that need to be properly paid, because the music that they contribute to is being distributed all across the internet. So, you know, these are the kind of things that really marked the process. And now, of course, we'll talk about COVID, I guess, but, you know, that was again, you know, a specific movement within the organization that is like a story in itself.
Yeah, I mean, talking about majors, you mentioned majors, and I'll have to go back, and we'll have to go back to the copyright directive as well, because I think it's really important event that happened, and that's going to affect our future as indie community and recording industry, not just indie community, but everybody in this part of entertainment business, let's say it that way. But we see that major labels, for the people who are listening, you know, we had 4, now we have 3, and then a lot of people calling indie community as like the 4th major. But major labels are going around buying different stuff, different companies, and still trying to, you know, protect their value and their value on the market. So is this something that Impala will be closely looking upon in next couple of years? We know there's been movement between Universal and other companies, you know, buying stakes in here and there, and Spotify and everybody, you know, kind of tied together in something that I don't think we can even comprehend or understand on the proper level. So is that something that we will be looking at in next couple of years?
I think, Nicola and Helen, that we've seen over the years in the music industry that Motown was an independent label. RCA was at the beginning an independent label. Island Music, Chrysalis, and all those labels which became major forces were bought by either at the time Polygram or BMG or Sony, CBS at the time. So that is not such a difference what we see today. And if we will be confronted by it, going back on one of your first questions, we have a level where we say, if a company got more than 5% market share worldwide, then they are regarded as a major. Yeah. So everything under that threshold will be regarded as an indie. So if, of course, we wouldn't be happy as indie community if another big indie label or even smaller indie label would go to the major fold by saying that. Yeah, that's market. That's how the market works. And I don't think that we can do a lot against it. We can only, and that is quite funny what our German colleagues did, and they made this one. Yeah, it's a nice bridge. It says "Stay independent." Yeah, which means that it's nice to stay independent, and it's for the community best, because what we have also in the whole list, Helen mentioned a very important thing of the power force of the majors was for a long time that they said, oh, we represent almost 90 or 85% of the worldwide market. So they went to Google, they went to Apple, they went to all these places and said, you don't have to reckon with the indies, yeah, but you have to spend among the best adverts on YouTube and so forth with the major material and not with the indies. Via Win, we were able, via the Wintel, we were able to produce copyright owned that the indies had a market share of 39%, which was remarkable. And that opened a lot of people's impression of how big, actually, as you just called it, almost the fourth major, how big the indies share in the worldwide basis is.
Okay. Yeah, that's something that I'm also been, patiently watching what's going on in the world and who's buying who, and what are the next power moves and what's going to happen in the world. But one important thing that we talked about was also copyright directive, and maybe Helen can give us a couple of minutes about that, very simplified to the people who maybe don't speak like Brussels language. What the copyright directive will change, and Impala took a, I think, crucial role in making that happen, and I'm very proud to be part of the community that made that happen. Overall, maybe we are not happy with everything that happened with the copyright directive, but a lot of good things are happening with that. So maybe you can give us an update how it's going on in terms of placement of directive from country to country, and how it will affect the world.
Yeah, sure. So I think the first thing to say that it was really an amazing process, and the support from the community, including Runda and its members, really meant that all the governments understood that there was really one thing that this directive was going to do, and that was to make copyright fit for purpose in the digital age. So, and this means for us, of course, that when platforms like YouTube and other user upload content, distributors are really playing the licensing game. They need to have a license, they need to pay, and you can't just say, oh, I am the pipe, or I am the I have nothing to do with all this content just because someone is uploading it. When you're organizing the content, when you're making money from it, then you're clearly in the business of generating revenue from distributing content, and you need to have a license. So this was the whole debate around the directive. And of course, there are a lot of vested interests. So it was very important for us to be able to put the voice of Runda, the voice of Runda's sisters and cousins all across Europe, really on the map in Brussels and in Strasbourg when the Parliament was voting, for example. And what really came out was the fact that decision makers, they could see that the situation has evolved so much that there was imbalance in the licensing market. There was friction. There was a need to restore the notion that creators are important and they should be remunerated. And we have this saying that I think sums it up quite well. that birds have wings, you know, creators have copyright. So, you know, this is the message that I think we were able to get across during the debate. And what will change is that, you know, platforms, they cannot say we don't need a license now. So every collecting society in the publishing world should be getting remuneration. Every label, every artist from across the board should be getting properly remunerated now. So this is the key that changes the game forever. And of course, for now, the idea is that this will inspire other countries to do the same, or other regions to do the same across the world.
There's been, let's say, put it that way, a fight from certain countries. I know that Poland was very active against the law. So how's the implementation going right now? Because as I know, the EU governments local governments need to put that directive into their laws. So what is the deadline, and has there been somebody who already started implementing it since the day one?
Sure. Okay, so actually, Kees will be able to tell you what's going on in the Netherlands, but they're going to probably be the first to implement. And this is a really interesting story, because some of the governments who actually didn't support the directive because they felt, you know, for technical reasons, that maybe the balance they wanted to see slightly differently, you know, they're now accepting the directive. So the Netherlands is a classic example. They want to get it implemented. They want to move on, ultra efficient. Okay. And then you have the example of Poland that you mentioned, and Poland really, they really went for the jugular. So they decided that they would go to court and they would try to get the directive, Article 17, you know, they would try to get that repealed. Of course, Article 17 is the famous value gap provision, which was known as Article 13 during the process of deliberation. And then you have other governments like Germany, where they want to try and maybe change the text a little bit. They want to say, okay, so we think we need another exception, or we think we need this. And the risk, of course, with that is that, first of all, you deharmonize Europe when the whole purpose was to harmonize and bring the level of protection up in a standard way. The music sector was one of the first hit. It'll be the last probably to come out of the crisis. And, you know, we have this copyright directive, which will make a massive financial difference. You have to implement that as fast as possible. So this is like the message that we come up, and we continue with that message when our second wave recommendations that have just been issued. So it's a really important part of the message that rights need to be strong and they need to be coherent.
Kees, how is it going in Netherlands regarding the implementation?
As Helen just said, we were the first where it passed 2 weeks ago in Parliament, and we have 2 chambers. So the second chamber agreed to it, and it looks that if we look at the people who will vote and who are in favor of this new copyright law, it will pass before the end of the year in the first chamber as well. So if that's done, then we're very happy, and it looks very good. What I would like to add, and that is back to the theme of 20 years Impala and celebrating it, is that the work we do, like you as well, Nicola, for all our members, most of the time it's not seen. Yeah, we do so many things, the lobbying work and whatever. And if you look at, Impala was just like a tank rolling. steered by the secretariat, and each individual territory went to their own politicians. They wrote to the politicians, they wrote to the MAPs. When we had our board meeting in Brussels, we were asked each board member to see at least 5 people of the European Parliament, and we met those people. I mean, I only want to emphasize how an organization like Impala, with all its members in the member states, can then really be a force to bring the message, which was so important, as Helen used the bird example and the copyright example, so important that I think with the collective activity of all our members who played a role in this, made this really happen and bring it across in Europe.
Cool. Nice to hear that. Let's go back to Runda a little bit. I mean, without you guys, there wouldn't be Runda. And I think that you are glue that put us all together. I know that a lot of our members are grateful for the fact that we have Runda now, and are thanking you for the help that we got from you. And you not just helped us making Runda, you also helped us connecting us with the right people from Spotify, from YouTube, from CD Baby, and so on, so on. But I think that important part is being part of international community, because you know that we have troubled region, and that sometimes our standards are not the standards maybe of the European Union and world as well. So we tend to talk a lot about the problems that we have right now, but we forgot to see the future and what's happening in Europe at this point. So can we reflect a little bit about Runda and how satisfied you are with the current work of Runda and what we achieved so far?
I'm very happy about the developments. Nicola, we were together at the ministry. You introduced us there, DJ Gosset and myself, on our second fact-finding mission. We found out that, for example, we're talking about copyright, that the copyright societies are paying so little money in comparison to what is normal in the rest of Europe. That is on the agenda. They were asking us, can we help by, as Impala in Brussels, by once Serbia would become a member of the European Commission, or the European Treaty. How can we help? And we gave a lot of tips, and they were very welcomed. The societies, still we are surprised. So I hope that meanwhile, you will be able to increase the rates as we have them in the rest of Europe. And in the Balkan, it's outrageously low what artists are being paid. So I'm sure we have our 20 items for our celebrations, and I'm sure that Runda has at least 30 achievements, and we have to help you and wherever we can, and we do. And the same we do in Romania, and the same we do all over the Balkans. And we are very happy as Impala that DJ Gosset, who is really taking care of it now mainly, is having such a good ear and good conversations and interchange with all the arguments with the people concerned, as some Americans say, with the people on the ground, and those are you.
Yeah, I mean, yes, Helen, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, you know, the Runda's creation is one of our milestones, and you know, it was so significant for Impala to be able to be part of that process, because one of the elements that makes, I think, Impala unique is the fact that what we really are is a collection of local creativity. You know, the Impala is the product of our collective intelligence. So the diversification of the organization, the input that we have creates a new dynamic that's all unique. So when you put two and two together, you don't get 4, you get 6 or 8 or 10, because this dynamic grows within itself, and the contribution that Runda has been able to make, not just to Runda as the very first transnational organization in Europe in our sector, but the very first contribution that we could make collectively is I think it's transformed the Impala thinking process. So it's thanks to you, but thanks to the input, because we grow from the bottom up. It's a fundamental principle of Impala. We're not a top-down structure. So thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, what I like to say is that we have this some sort of indie uprising in the region, because at the same time when Runda somehow started, we do have other organizations coming from Hungary, from Romania, from Czech, from Poland, and I think that's quite interesting that people see need to join forces together and work together, and I hope that we can be a good example for everybody else. So we have, I think, 15 more minutes. So maybe we can talk briefly about the future plans, but also let's go to COVID a bit. It's a hot topic, and I know some countries are less supportive, like Serbia, where I'm coming from, to their artist communities and culture sector. Then to you have more countries like Germany, or trying to help artists in a way. So what are your predictions right now? How do you think what will happen with the culture sector, and how do you think that support from the governments and EU will be?
Sure. So I think from certainly what we can see, the crisis has actually produced something which is really positive, in the sense that the EU has recognized the culture and creative sectors as crucial for recovery in the EU. There are only 14 sectors on their priority list, and we're one of them. So, that's really, it's a massive win. And then from a practical perspective, what we see is really important is transparency. So a lot of governments say a lot of things about what they're doing. So we want to see, where is the support going? Can we see some numbers? So we have asked in our second wave recommendations for all countries to report very simply, where is the support money going to? And then we can work out, is it going to those who need it most? And it could be in the music sector, but also, in other sectors. And we also talk about the need to really take an ambitious view in the crisis. So we contribute just over 4% of GDP in Europe. We are a priority sector, so let's go for 6% of all budgets. This is how you grow a cultural economy. This is how you make sure that local jobs are sustained and promoted, and that we all work together through the diversity of our local sectors, and we really promote what Europe's really good at. So, this is, I think, something positive. The other positives that come out of the crisis, I think, are an increased awareness that we're in a community, and that solidarity is really important. So we have seen, massive levels of cooperation within the music sector in all countries, and then between the music sector and other cultural sectors. I don't know what it's like in Serbia. I know that you say that there is a problem with communication, and obviously we have to understand that countries have different priorities. But the idea of Impala's role, and in the COVID mapping site that we have, is to really, a kind of display, put everyone on display, and then people can judge for themselves. So it's really tying into the transparency aspect, that we really want to try to persuade governments that it's really important to be seen, to be supporting our cultural sectors. And when that becomes important for the economy and for image, then you have a really nice combination of energies there, which makes it irresistible to provide the support that's needed.
Well, what do you think that countries like Serbia, and I know other countries in the region, with the lack of government support, and we know that there have been some EU money coming and even from the reports you sent us saying, hey, this amount of money should be for culture or something else, but then doesn't end up in culture sector. What do you think that we as people from this industry, and I know that Macedonia, for example, and Bosnia are also targeted in that way, that, you know, the EU support doesn't end up in the cultural sector. So what do you think we should do about it?
Yeah, so I would say, you know, that the argument has to go a little bit like this. You have got this money from Europe. Europe has identified the cultural and creative sectors as one of 14 priorities. So can you please tell us how much you're putting into this priority sector? And it's really all about reporting and transparency. And you know, the fact that we can grow local jobs and boost the local economy has to be really important.
Precisely, because that is, with that common voice, you really have to, with all your members, like the example of the copyright directive, where we collectively work all over Europe. The same you have to do with the Runda members, and not only you, but all the members should join and come with a common message, where you really go to your government and to the press and to the music press and to the radio, the whole media, and try to bring that message across, how badly the sector is hit at the moment. And I think then you can act locally.
Yeah, transparency and reporting doesn't go well in Balkans and in collecting societies as well. So, you know, but we'll have to find a way.
There's a lot to do.
Yeah, there's a lot to do, but I think they know that we are hit pretty hard, but still I don't see that we are kind of priority sector for them in any possible, not just music, but also, you know, theater, cinemas, you know, everybody else. Okay, so what are the next steps for Impala? We have 10-ish minutes. What are the next steps, big steps for Impala, and what will be some future plans?
Sure. Okay. So maybe I start with that one, and then we're doing a lot of work currently on issues like diversity and inclusion. So we adopted a charter, and we invite all members to you know, implement the principles. We're rolling out some training for members starting in January. And we're looking at the business case of why diversity boosts the intelligence of your company and what that can mean for the sector. We're also doing a lot of work on sustainability. So we had at the last board an agreement to set up a task force on that, and to really come up with tools for the sector to measure and to be to make it easy for companies to monitor what their carbon output is and how they might want to reduce it. And then I think, you know, you mentioned going back earlier to this new intricate web of influences within the music sector. And that's obviously a priority with, you mentioned Universal. So we know that Tencent is involved there, and Spotify. So it's very important for us to be able to communicate with regulators what the new music market looks like, and why they need to be concerned about these kind of strategic alliances and the impact that has on us. And Kees will tell you about the fantastic work that the Digital Committee is doing, and the new projects there, because that is really, really important. The whole notion of how streaming works, how money is allocated, and just keeping members informed through the One Step Ahead project. So, you know, I think Didier and Mathieu and Angèle and Carla in the office are all really hard working, and there's going to be so much exciting news coming out in our 20th year. And the other thing I would just mention before Kees goes is, I would just say that, you know, being 20 is also a celebration. So we are launching a whole series of interviews, podcasts, playlists, and that really celebrate and take a look at the, you know, the key figures in the sector and what's happening locally and some of the priorities that we're going to be working on during the year. So, you know, it's really a showcase of how fantastic the members are, and it's so exciting to be part of this journey with Runda and all the other members.
Please.
Nicola, something Helen earlier said as well is the diversity project. I'm the designated person to introduce this and work with you guys in the Balkans to get it off the ground. It won't be an easy task, we know, but I don't know if you've participated in the first training last week, and we will have a next training on the 10th. That's only for the committee at the moment, and then we do the training, diversity training for the members who are interested to do so. It's a very important thing where we think that we as Impala could make a good statement with all our members. Next to that, so I will come back to you, and I need some volunteers who locally would like to pick this up and take it with us to see if we can find a direction. And the whole plan is we don't expect miracles in the first 1-2 years, but we really have to look at it at a 3, 5, or 7 years project, and then really hopefully see some change in the diversity in general. Then the playlist, or not the playlist, but the One Step Ahead project. We did a lot of work for it. The first report was published earlier this week. It's called Playlist and Curation in the Streaming Music Market. It's only for Impala members, for the trade associations and all its members. We hired a very good company called CMU to make 6 reports for us. We have the fantastic support of Merlin, who made this financially possible as well. Because before I go on, I would like to say during those 20 years of celebration of Impala, every individual concerned did this on his personal merit. We have the secretariat. There we have, of course, people who are paid. But you yourself, myself, everyone at the trade associations doing this for the community. And that's incredibly unique. Yeah, because we do it because I said it earlier at the beginning, we are music people. Music is to our heart. And that's why we're doing this for the individuals, for the musicians, and for everyone concerned working in the music industry. So that is something I would like to finish with. So the One Step Ahead project is very important, but should give everyone insight in the future of the digital business. So we want to be one step ahead of what's happening. And that's why we're talking directly to Deezer, to Spotify, to YouTube, to Amazon, and all these parties, instead of talking to someone. No, we do it now as Impala. And I think that's very important.
Thank you. Yeah, diversity thing is also on Runda agenda, as we are now a bunch of guys sitting in the boards, and we do need at least a lot of women to be included in the things that Runda does, and we spoke about it earlier, that, and for us it's also tough, because of different countries, fit everybody in, and then also have this gender issue, at least for the beginning, so something to work on. Thank you, guys. I think we can talk talking for hours, about different things and subjects, but we're almost out of time. Thank you for your time, first and foremost, and thank you for your ongoing support. I know I'm speaking in behalf of all the Runda members. We wouldn't be here without you. So thank you for time, and thank you for the work that you've been doing for the indie community. We're going to have a short break, and then we're coming back, and I'm going to introduce the next panel and presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank
you. It was my pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay, here we go again. Welcome back to Runda Digital Day. We're going to continue to talk about Impala a bit, but I think it's interesting enough for everybody to hear about it. So I'm not going to talk more. I'm just going to introduce you guys and you do your thing. You have half an hour. Today with us, Angel from Impala, Dario Fidela, Clemshing Media, somewhere stuck in Serbia, Shumadia probably.
Actually, Belgrade today.
Actually, Belgrade. Okay, that's
Yeah.
they're going to talk about One Step Ahead project, and then Angel's going to explain everything. Then we're going to have a short break, and then at 11:45, we're going to talk about the digital services with a lot of people with the digital knowledge. So, after this panel, see you with the next one. Guys, take over.
Yep. Is that when we break for the virtual lunch?
Yeah, virtual lunch. Yeah.
Oh, great.
Virtual lunch.
The most important.
All right. Thanks, Nicola. So happy to be here. I was asked by Runda, which is, as you know, the daughter association of Impala. We just had a wonderful catch up on Impala in 20 years with Helen and Kees. And I'm kind of here representing some of the local regional artists, labels through Runda to happily introduce Angel to take us through one step.
One step ahead.
One step ahead. I keep thinking one step beyond. I start dancing.
It's all right. It's the idea anyways.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Daryl. So hi, I'm Angel. I'm Impala's Public Affairs Officer. And yes, as you said, I'll be here to present the One Step Ahead project. But I think before that, we should just have a few introductory words about Impala. And I promise I won't go too much into details because I know you just had a panel on this. But just very quickly, in case somebody just tuned in, Impala is representing European music companies, independent music companies, sorry. And we've been established in 2000. So as we are in 2020, this year marks our 20th anniversary. So
happy birthday, happy anniversary.
Thank you, thank you. There will be a bunch of action around that, so don't hesitate to follow us to see what's going on and when. It's also the year our membership exceeded the bar of 5,000 companies in 30 territories. So really quite a big year for us.
What are some of the members? I know this was probably discussed previously, but for those that just joined us, maybe you can give us just a quick brief on who's involved.
In 2 seconds, we have 2 kinds of members, so either labels or trade associations. So Runda, for example, being one of them, and also indirect members, so which are the members of our trade association members. So Lampshade Media, sorry, for example, which you might have heard about, Daryl, I think.
Yeah.
But so this is like this kind of bodies or businesses, and really we have them all across Europe, whether it's in Western Europe for UK, France, Germany, or also in Eastern Europe with Runda being the best example, I think, for that. And it's different, like businesses of really different sizes, whether it's small or big, size doesn't matter here.
Cool.
Just maybe to tell you a bit about what we do, we aim to level the playing field for independents across Europe and help us grow their market. So that's quite a big mission, whether to grow the sector sustainably, return more value to artists, promote diversity and entrepreneurship, improve political access, inspire change, and increase access to finance. So yeah, quite a big, ambitious scope.
Yeah, and just to backtrack to when you say leveling the playing field, what are some of the ways that you plan on achieving this?
The ways, yeah. So everything Impala does is building on our members' inputs. We have frequent board meetings, which I believe bring the best minds in the independent sector to really discuss the big topics of the moment, the burning issues, develop our strategy on that, and then it's the role of the secretariat to relay it for example, to the relevant officials in the European Union. So whether it's the Commission, the European Commission, or the member states themselves.
Okay, cool.
Cool, yeah. So yeah, just as I said, it's quite a big scope, and that's why Impala is divided into several committees to lead or work in specific topics. For example, we have a committee on collecting society, on sustainability, on copyright, or digital. And I think this is the one that will interest us more today. So just to give you a quick background on what this committee is doing and how it functions. Basically, the whole idea is to make sure that the whole idea of this committee is to make sure that independents are proactive when it comes to digital issues. So we are meeting monthly. It's a forum for discussion for members on all things digital. And we have frequent calls with Merlin, which is the Indies Global Digital Rights Agency. We have meeting with them to exchange information and relay questions from the committee members. But we're also in contact with several leading music streaming platforms.
What are some of the platforms that you're also in touch with? I mean, I think we've become familiar with Merlin. We had the talk with them yesterday, some of us labels. So who else do you work with?
Yeah, we talk about we talk with the big ones. So we had some meetings with Deezer. We had some meeting with Spotify and also YouTube. So we mainly right now speak with them about the issue of streaming manipulation, but it's also the communication channel is also open to other topics. And for example, we had the presentation of YouTube at our last board meeting, and the digital committee was leading the follow-up session that came afterwards. Just to give you.
Does the digital committee, do they speak directly with the platforms, or how does the communication work? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, no, sure, no problem. So what we do is that the committee has two chairs, let's say, one chair and someone that helps the chair. Sorry, you just had to talk with him. It's Case, and the executive chair is Larry Bringsjord from Fono in the trade association in Norway. Cool. So what we do is that we define a strategy within the committee, and when we have to talk to Spotify or the platforms, we do this with the representatives. So Larry and Case and myself.
Super.
So yeah, we work on quite a big range of topics, and that includes streaming models, streaming manipulation, as I said, or the impact of podcasts and audiobooks on streaming, but also much more. I mean, I've said streaming quite a lot, but I mean, as you can imagine, as it's the biggest revenue stream at the moment, it's normal that it's one of the biggest priority of the of this committee.
Actually, I'm just sorry to jump in again. Just maybe a quick note or some information about how is podcast and audiobooks affecting the streaming world, and how is it affecting our members?
You want me to reply to this question?
Yeah. Okay, I mean, okay, maybe it's too heavy, but
no, it's not too heavy.
I mean, because it does seem it's coming up more and more in these conferences in the last couple of years. Where does podcasting fall in?
It's definitely been recognized as a very big issue. We don't have the data yet to really build our case, because there are only estimations of what we're losing because of that. But you know that audiobooks are already licensed by Merlin, so we receive already some royalties from that. The problem is mainly podcast, actually, because I mean, everybody seems to say that it's positive because it only grows the revenue pot, the subscription pot. But the problem is that it still drives away listeners who don't listen to music because they listen to podcasts. But again, there is still some research to be done on this topic. Yeah.
Which is why I guess it's important that we have the One Step Ahead project.
Exactly. No, exactly. This whole idea, that's what I was going to say, is that we launched recently, so this One Step Ahead project, which is the essence of this discussion. And the idea of this project is to create a digital intelligence facility to deliver data and analysis on key digital issues in European markets. And the project is piloted by Impala's digital committee. And we're doing this in partnership with Complete Music Updates, CMU, which is a news service, but it also has a business intelligence unit called CMU Insights, which is doing training, consulting, research reports, and conference session. And they have been selected as a partner for this project. All right, so maybe we should really digging into this, what this project is about, and what practically members get out of that, I prepared a very simple PowerPoint, which I think I'll share now. We tested it earlier, so it should work. Can you see that?
Magic.
Perfect. All right, so just maybe to give you a very short background on this, on how we got there one step ahead. So basically, the Impala Digital Committee had the very initial idea. It was one of our first meeting in November last year, when they thought that such a service would really be beneficial for our members. So they presented the idea to our boards, who approved the concept, let's say. So as I said, back in November. And yeah, we benefited from Merlin's support for this project, and I think it's great because it really is going to help our members boost their digital capacity.
Who's
Yep.
sorry? Who are some of the members of the committee? I mean, maybe not so much individuals, but some of the associations, labels, just to put, just to kind of paint the picture of how serious this project is in a good way. I mean, very serious, but positive.
It is very
for all
serious.
of us in the industry. Yeah.
Sure. In the digital committee, so you have around 18 to 20 members. I think it's 18 now. It's one of the biggest, actually, committees within Impala, and one that meets very frequently. So I think it's really fair to say it's one that is taken very seriously, even though they are, of course, all taken seriously. But this is one that's really originated from members. So the turnout is always great. So I think we're progressing very much with all our issues that we follow. We have basically as many trade associations within this committee, representatives from trade associations as from labels. It's kind of 50-50. In terms of labels, we have, I don't know, Vagram Music from France, or Cooking Vinyl from the UK, Edel from Germany. And in terms of trade associations, we have, of course, Phono from Norway, which, because Larry is the executive chair. We have DUP from Denmark, and we have also Runda that is represented by Mascom there.
So basically heavy hitters in the indie industry. So
I think
good
so,
to know. Yeah. Good
to know,
group of
indeed.
people to have on your side.
Yeah, bidders, we have them on our side, indeed. Yeah.
Yeah.
But just in terms of maybe deliverables now, I'm gonna go to the next slides. So as I said, the idea of this project is to create a digital intelligence facility to deliver data and analysis on key digital issues in European markets. And that includes national level trends and opportunities, because, I mean, as you know, there are some distinct national markets within Europe, because the European market is not really like uniform. So it really makes sense to have a project that is focusing on this region of the world, I think. And that's what we did, and that's also one of the reasons why it was launched. That's the very first project within Impala of this kind. It's quite ambitious, and we're really relying on our members' input within the digital committee to shape it and evolve as we go along. And yeah, talking about deliverables really specifically, the main deliverable would be the production of this bi-monthly report, so one every 2 months, that is disseminated to Impala's direct members, so labels and trade associations, and then members of these trade associations. We also want to circulate it to WIN and their members, because we really think this project could have an impact, could be useful at least for the whole community of independents across the world. But as you know, the digital market is, actually what I wanted to say, sorry, the very first report that is about playlists and curation in the music streaming market has been released just a few days ago, 2 days ago. So you should receive it very soon. And I think it's very timely to have this discussion now, just to give you an idea of what it looks like. That's this. and the great graphics and design created by CMU, I hope will help it to make it very attractive for the readers.
And how can we get access to this? Sorry.
Yeah, so as I said, the Secretariat is circulating it directly to its direct members, so labels and trade associations, and then trade associations will have to relay it to their own members. We would really encourage them to do that, but you should really receive it soon via Runda for yourself.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But the problem maybe is that so the digital market is, I mean, you know it, it's very changing. New apps are created every day. New initiatives are launched by platforms really often. So it makes it quite challenging to follow that up very closely, you know. And that's exactly why we set up this project, because we really want our members to stay one step ahead.
One step ahead. I get it now. Sorry, I'm still on my morning coffee. So no, seriously, please continue. I'll be quiet.
Yeah, I thought it was straightforward enough, but maybe after the coffee even more. But yeah, we want to improve the ways we will circulate this report. So you won't have only one big PDF and an executive summary. So, you know, 31 pages is quite long, and maybe everybody doesn't have time to go through it. But we are also launching webinars to discuss the findings and help members to go further into details. The next webinar on this report specifically will be held on the 11th of December at 3 p.m. CET. So don't forget to tune in. And there will be a series of these kind of webinars throughout the years, almost actually one per month. So it's quite, I think it will be quite interesting for members to follow that. And the PDF format itself, of course, is not set in stone. We want to try to find new ways to make it more attractive. So, for example, whether it's videos or other formats, even to present the results of the research, but this is in the work. We also have an ad hoc query service. I'm going to go back there, where we'll be able to send specific queries to our partner CMU when we need to investigate, for example, in some burning topics that happened in between the reports. I think it was quite important to have these kind of things too, because as I said, it's changing all the time. And we are still in the process of launching that, but it should be available to members early next year. Yeah, so this is, I mean, CMU is a really big part of this work too. They are our partners on that, and they are helping us with the research, leading the research and leading these queries. And I think it's great to work with them because they are real experts and they have very good ideas. For example, having that many webinars each month was theirs, and it's I think it's very encouraging to work with them. And yeah, again, make sure you tune into our next webinar. And overall, the idea is really to make this this project to have a commercial issue, a commercial focus, sorry, not issue. We want to talk about the tricks of the trade, get insights on what's digital development to focus on, which I think could be very useful when you're operating with a small team. The idea is to help members grow their business in the end, but also to level the playing field within the community itself. And we also see this project as a way to coordinate our action across Europe. For example, by identifying trends and development that might cause problems to the industry, to the community. So basically, when you see that something is going wrong, it's better to have information ahead of the actual event taking place so that you can build your case, coordinate with your allies and members, etc. And that's,
how will this,
yep.
Sorry, how will this work with labels in our region, both in the EU and outside the EU?
Yeah, so basically when that's what the digital committee is doing right now. So when an issue is rising up within the committee, we establish the strategy together, we put it forward to the board, and then we take action as Impala. This is not going to change, but the project is going to help us really have more information ahead of that, one step ahead. And of course, we'll coordinate with Runda when the action is actually taking place. Absolutely. And in terms of deliverables, so the other queries will be available to all our members. So it doesn't change whether it's Runda members or others. And in terms of collecting data, CMU will send soon a survey to all our members to get more information about their burning issue locally. So we also coordinate with Runda on that. Of course, for the other query service, we'll have to be a bit careful because we cannot just, we represent 5,000 members, so we cannot just send 5,000 queries to CMU to deal with it in 1 week. So we'll have to try to find a way to filter the requests. And one way to do this will be to have the requests coming from the trade associations themselves. So Runda will be a big important partner here as well.
Super.
And maybe just to finish on that that project, I think it's important to realize that we really see this as something that will be important and useful for the whole community across the world. Of course, this project is European centered because Impala represents European independent music companies, but we're really insisted on sending it to win and also to be circulated to their own members, because we really think this is something that can be useful to the whole community, whether it's to see what's happening in Europe, whether it's to see what's to reproduce, not to replicate actually what kind of issues are there and could happen somewhere else. And also maybe it could be a template that could be replicated. So yeah, by all of Impala's sister organization.
Are other sister associations working on something similar? And
Not
is
yet.
it something? Oh, so
No,
we're ahead of the curve.
So. Yeah, I think so. And if something is already in the work, it would be great to know, I think. But this is something really, I think that we could really build something big, all of us together on this.
No, that's excellent, and I think it's great that I mean, through Runda, we're part of Impala, so in theory, all our regional labels, our association is potentially working on this project. So and to be kind of the first globally, it's quite exciting for us. So
I think it is.
Perfect. Yeah.
Or maybe just go quickly to the next steps. So as I said, we have this webinar that is focusing on the findings of this playlist and curation report taking place on 11th of December, 3 p.m. CT. Again, don't hesitate to register and tune in on the day. We have 2 more webinars coming in January. All of this, of course, coordinated with CMU, and CMU will be moderating these webinars. And finally, the next report it will be focusing on marketing this time, should be released at the end of January. So watch this space.
So I guess just to repeat, our members labels in the region here can coordinate with Runda, and we can look to Runda for more information and to
absolutely
feed us the lovely data that the digital committee is working on. So
that's the idea.
Yeah. On that, I guess if anyone has further questions, they can address Angel either directly or can go via Runda. And
absolutely.
And as you said, watch this space. It is kind of exciting, and my kind of key takeaway in the last 5 minutes is that this project is initiative coming from us, from Europe, ahead of the curve of other associations around the world. So very cool.
I think it is, yeah. It's cool to be working on that at least.
Yeah. I guess on that, Angel, that's about it.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. This is really informative. We'll all definitely be in touch because this affects us every day, every second. And on that point, just for the rest of you to know, Angel and I are big baseball fans. So looking forward to the next season, spring training in February.
Yes. Hopefully a normal one this time.
I hope so. It's a crazy world. So once again, Angel, thank you very much.
Thank you, Daryl.
All right.
Ciao.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, I guess we are live. Welcome back to Runda Digital Day number 2, second day of our online digital event. And now we're going to talk with a lot of people about digital. You all know that we recently, during this year and last year, gained some new digital services in the region, and we were all very thankful for that because finally we do have both Spotify and Deezer and iTunes or Apple Music now. And we are all hoping that this will change the record music business and also help artists to both gain more popularity and both gain more income, which is, I think, more important these days than it was ever before, especially with everybody being locked down or stuck at homes. So thank you all for joining. We were joking that we need more girls and women on our panel. So yes, we do. We will have to work on that. But thank you all for joining me. I will ask you first before we get into digital. I think we do have different perspectives from different people. Some of you are working on in a digital companies that are specialized in delivery and distribution of music, and I think your insights will be very important to young artists and young labels. What should they do and how to do it? And some of you are working in labels and also being promoters and doing other stuff. So I think your insights are very important for other part of the business. So I will ask you, I don't want to fuck up anybody's last name or something, to present yourself. And I also think that you will present yourself better than I do, just reading from your biography. You can tell us in a couple of words what you do. Who wants to go first?
I can go first.
Yeah, go.
So my name is Jehan. I'm French, but I'm based in Hungary, and I'm head of distribution for Believe. I launched Believe Services in 2013, so 7 years ago. And I'm heading the team for Hungary, Romania, and the Balkans. So basically, we are working with labels and artists in almost 10 territories. I mean, my team.
Cool.
I'll go next. I'm Tony Duckworth from PS Poland and Eastern Europe. I'm the general manager. We started the office in January 2015, I think, if I remember rightly. Based in Warsaw, we look after 12 territories. Obviously, PS, one of the largest independent companies in the world. We have offices in pretty much all the regions, 14 offices around the world. We have two distinct functions, I guess. We're a label, so we have our own PS Recordings division, which also licenses a lot of labels like Bella Union, Heavenly. And we also have our label services side, which we do promo and marketing and distribution for a lot of labels in Eastern Europe. For instance, we have deals with Sub Pop, Secretly, Canadian Group. We do Ninja Tune in various territories. We do Partisan, etc. House Idols behind me. So that pretty much sums it up. We do physical, and we obviously do digital as well.
I can be the next one.
Okay.
So hi everyone, I'm Tom Pasanek, Pasanec in Croatian. I'm into music since I know myself. Started a record label in 2006. We started as a digital and a vinyl label, and right now it's basically the same thing. Also, I do publishing, I do production, and also I'm a director of Mix Magasia, which is a licensed local magazine of the headquarters from UK. So yeah, that's me.
Hello, my name is Branimir Mihaljević. I'm composer and producer from Croatia. I also have a video production and audio production and small label, user of my colleagues here from the other windows. I'm also part of the membership of the presidency of the Croatian National Composer Society. and we'll talk about digital in my perspective.
Hi, my name is Hen. I'm from Norway originally, but I live in the UK now. I work for a company called CD Baby, which is a DIY distribution service. So I mostly work with DIY artists and smaller labels. But within our group of company, we also have label services arms like Fuga and Dashko. And on the publishing side, we have Downtown Publishing and Song Trust. My role is kind of split into two, where half of the time I do business development across Europe for CD Baby and the Downtown brands, building our brand awareness, partnering with festivals and organizations across Europe. And then the other half, I spend my time advising our kind of priority clients on their digital release strategy and helping them build better campaigns.
Okay, maybe I can start with the two of you, with you, Han and Jean, because you come from digital distribution background, which I think it's really important part of the chain, because without it, we are not available at digital services. And you said you are more focused on artists releasing their own tracks. And I know that Believe bought TuneCore recently, but not so recently, but
no.
Yeah,
5 years ago.
5 years ago, yeah.
Yeah.
So you have both. You are focused on artists and labels at the same time. So what do you see from this region? Do you see more clients? Do you see more revenue? Or, you know, what's from outside your perspective on the region right now?
Yeah, so let's
go ahead, John.
So I believe we've been focused on labels first in the first years of our activity in the region. So we've been working, and we're still working with labels from the Balkans, such as Menart, Dallas Records, and many others. And just like everyone, we've seen many artists, let's say, coming from nowhere, and artists wanting to keep their recordings for themselves, and looking for a trustful partner for holding their digital rights promotion on the platforms. So we are more and more focusing on artists, and we have different offers for that. So of course we have TuneCore for entry-level artists, but we also act as Believe for bigger artists. Then we have artist services level also for bigger artists. It's a service we haven't launched locally. It's been launched in France, of course, UK, Russia, and bigger territories, but it's also something we're thinking of for the region. So it's basically the service of a label, but the artists are keeping their rights. And the split, of course, on the revenue is different, because we are investing in marketing, promotion, and even on recordings.
Okay, so Han?
Yeah, no, from our perspective, we only started the European office about 2 years ago, and I came in about 1.5 years ago to help out expand our European footprint. And we've definitely seen in that time period a lot of growth in your market in terms of artist submissions, and also as a result artist revenues, especially obviously since the launch of those services. You're starting to see an increase in revenues flowing through from digital services, which is really exciting. And the Balkans has definitely been a region that I've been keeping my eyes close on, for us to, you know, do more, partner more with more local organizations and local labels and artists, for sure.
So one of the things that we need to talk about today is, you know, we constantly been asking ourselves, because we didn't have Spotify and iTunes at that point, is, are we ready? And as I started with you two, I would like to continue with you two and then move to the other part, because they're more into different stuff. What would you recommend to the artists? What does it mean to be ready for the digital distribution? I guess you both have maybe different perspectives in what does it mean to be ready. But I saw myself that some of the artists didn't have profile images or didn't have our Spotify for artists. Some of the labels were ready, some of the labels were not ready at all. Some of the catalogs were missing in the transfer, got lost and stuff like that. So what's your perspective, or what does it mean to be ready? You have an album, you want to distribute it. What does it mean?
I think from my perspective, you're in a really lucky position in that a lot of the services have gotten to the point now where they're sharing a lot of the information online, actually what they're looking for in terms of best practice. And by that, I mean it, you know, on their websites, they will have lists of distribution partners that are listed as preferred distribution partners. The companies that sit on these lists are there for a reason, because that means that they adhere to their kind of technical requirements from the streaming services, and they deliver quality content to them that has the correct metadata and all those sort of things. So partnering with one of those is, you know, I think the first step. Second step is doing all of your admin work, like you were saying, making sure that there's profile pictures, making sure you have bios that are up to date, that you've claimed your artist profile and pages, and that you simply start, you know, researching the content that's available on, for instance, Spotify for Artists, their kind of tips on how to best interact with Spotify for Artists as a platform, because it's super, super helpful.
John?
Yeah, I think we've been repeating the same tips and tricks for many years already. Some labels took it, and some artists took it seriously. The other ones didn't, because Spotify wasn't here. Spotify wasn't available in the Balkans. Apple Music was not available neither. So they've been waiting for it, you know, concentrating on Deezer and the physical and concerts and everything which brought direct results. And we've seen that once these platforms launched, they've been asking us the questions we gave answers to in the last years, like basic things on Spotify, what you can do to make your profile more exciting. And also, I think the artists have tools in their hands, and they just don't realize that many artists from the Balkans already had 50, 60, 70,000 100,000 followers on Spotify because of the diaspora, and they were still releasing a single from a day to another, which makes Spotify pitch impossible, for example. So as you know, if you pitch a release at least 7 days ahead, you can reach your followers. So if you have 100,000 followers on Spotify, all of them will get your new track, for example, on Release Radar playlist, and it's a very important tool. Also, you can promote your concerts. It's also a free marketing tool, so your followers will get automatically generated newsletters. They will get notified when you play in your followers' city. So all these tools are really important, and I know that Spotify still doesn't have editorial in the region, but I think it will come. They launched editorial this year in Czech Republic, Slovakia, then Hungary, then last week in Romania. Of course, it changes the landscape a lot because they playlist local tracks. I think Tony can talk about Poland. It really radically changed the landscape on the platform. I think that they are realizing now that it's worth investing in the region, and I'm sure they will do so in the Balkans soon. So even before the editorial team comes to the Balkans, it's worth dealing with your streaming profiles in the region to share your releases everywhere you can, and make your audience aware that you're releasing new music.
Tony, you've been in Poland for quite some time now. And then you witnessed how the digital services are changing your business as well, because PS is a big company and you do a lot of physical products. If I, go to some of the labels that you distribute, or your PS recordings, from Mute to, everybody else are still releasing, I don't know, vinyl, CDs and everything else. But I guess digital is also a big part of what PS does. How that changed in Poland? I know that Poland still has a strong, or used to have a strong physical market. What's going on now today?
I mean, the market's still physically strong here. It depends who you are, admittedly, what sort of artist you are. But I would say, for instance, if you did, for Poland, if you took out all digital sales and you only base the world ranking on music sales on physical, Poland is the 9th largest market in the world. So it's huge in physical terms. It's huge, and ultimately that is because of how strong the domestic market is. You've got an artist like Dawid Puszczadło selling 250,000 physical units, and there aren't many UK acts selling that amount of physical units. So but interestingly, these two, digital and physical in Poland, has gone hand in hand. As digital has increased, because as we were saying, that I think Spotify started curating here in late 2017. That had a massive impact on Polish artists, and part of actually being able to take advantage of that curation is actually getting yourself prepared before curators are here. It's all about algorithms and et cetera, and when the curator comes in, the first thing he's going to look at is, okay, what is performing on its own naturally in a way, and what can I therefore then push? So the same as happened in Poland will definitely happen in the Balkan countries. You will have the same impact. So those artists that are performing particularly well now and get themselves into a position to perform particularly well will be the artists that become those curated artists. They'll be the feature artists for curated playlists in those territories. And still, release radar is important, there's no question. But actually, when you get curation, release radar becomes actually more of a secondary thing. It's actually getting those big followed playlists that then become the most important thing. But at the same time, you, as an artist, you can't rely just on playlist position. Spotify also look at whether you're generating followers. Followers on your profile are becoming more and more and more important. And that because you communicate directly with your followers. If you have 40, 50,000 followers, Spotify are going to pick that up. They're going to send an email to those people and say, these guys have got new tracks out. These guys have just been added to a playlist. These guys, so on and so on. And this is becoming a more important thing. It's getting yourself prepared for when curation starts, one. And then it's then taking advantage of that curation and developing followers on your profile that then keeps you relevant. You're then not being overtaken by other people. You're still relevant, and you can see the impact it had from late 2017 moving forward now. I mean, there's Quo Bonafide, for instance, is a huge Polish hip hop artist. His new record came out, I think, in July. It's already done over 100 million streams on Spotify in Poland. I mean, this is the level of these artists, the bigger artists that are getting to.
So do you see more some sort of increase in the Balkans for your catalog, that there is growing up a bit?
I think that certainly, I mean, it's a natural thing. I think that people, I mean, I think it's interesting in Britain. I don't know if you have this in the other territories, but in Britain we have, you know, if you buy a vacuum cleaner, you say, I'm going to buy a Hoover, because Hoover was the predominant brand. So often when people talk about streaming, they say Spotify.
Yeah.
They don't. It's becoming a brand that is streaming, and I think this is the thing that becomes a world over thing. I remember being in Ukraine at a conference, and these guys were saying, "Well, I listened to this was a few years ago," and they were going, "Well, I listened to some of your bands on Spotify," and I was like, "You can't get Spotify in Ukraine." And, yeah, we'll use a VPN. And I'm, why'd you pay for a VPN where we could use other services? They were like, no, because Spotify is cool. And so I think it's this is the thing. So I think you will get natural pickup immediately. And you can see that in our stats now. When Spotify was introduced, I think in July, when you started looking at stats a year, you know, a month or 2 months later, you could see that already people were, you know, some territories were climbing up that, you know, the stats quite quickly, because there's a thing that I must be using Spotify, I think. And I think that's the first introduction. You get more and more people. Even though Spotify is global, you get a local word of mouth, etc., better deals for people to listen, etc.
Okay, we can speak a bit about artist perspective, and we can start with Branimir maybe. I think in region, when you say streaming, yeah, people will say Spotify, but a lot of people will also say YouTube. And I think that when you speak to the artist, they will say, and that happens to me a lot of time, I'm saying, yeah, let's wait for Spotify, and then we do all it together, you know, Premiere. And they're like, no, I want YouTube first. I don't care about anything else. And in the Balkans, we are still predominantly free YouTube market. Is that the case? Am I right? Yeah. Or that's changing a bit?
That is the case. We tried recently to release some songs first on the Spotify and all other digital streams, and then wait for the single to be out on the YouTube. Basically, until we don't release it on YouTube, it's not in head of the people waiting for the single. They want to see it first on the YouTube and to see it with the video. And actually, this is the release date, no matter how earlier we released it on Spotify. We have about 160,000 users of all of the streaming services in Croatia, and that's not such a big number because many of them use many services. I personally subscriber of all the services to see the differences and what's changing. So it's not a real number. It's a bit smaller, but I think it's going to rise in the future, and people are much more aware of all the opportunities and all the benefits that streaming services give. Older generation still buys some CDs, but not in those numbers like in Poland. Like I just heard that it's wow. But younger generations are on the streaming services like everywhere, and I think it's going to grow.
Do you have an impression that more and more artists are now kind of trying to escape the labels and you know, doing things by themselves, and then depend more on? Do you depend more on streaming, or what do you look at? What with people you work with as well?
I think it's a choice of it's mostly a choice of the producers. I've tried as a producer, as a small label owner, try to position my job and my use benefits, and I used YouTube to release the singles, and I used CD Baby to release the singles on digital networks, and that was good way of changing a perspective of the big record labels. I work with all of them for the different artists, different record labels, but it made me better positioned for the old for everything else. And it's also nice to have a paycheck every Monday from CDPB. Thank you.
Good to hear it's working.
Yeah.
Tom, from your perspective as a label, so what kind of music do you mainly release? So how important streaming is for your daily work?
So basically, we release the DJ music, which means that right now we are in a big trouble, because there are no gigs, nothing is going on. But also, we pretty much rely on streaming as well since we started. So we started in 2006, and we started with the digital era from the very its beginning, right up front, much more faster than everybody else. But the thing is, right now, because we are mostly selling downloads and the physical media right now, a little bit is a struggle. But from the other perspective, in terms of the local market, I think right now nobody's ready yet. And we finally got the Spotify, and then we got the COVID as well. So nobody's prepared anymore right now. And we are trying to figure out what's the way, how to break through. And also I have to say, I've been into music for 20 years, and it has never been less, the music has never been less important in terms of artist success, which means that you need to be more active on network, on socials, everywhere, right? You have to be an actor, you have to be an entertainer, not just a good artist, producer, or whatever. So that's the key thing that we need to pass to our people, to our artists, to everybody else. Guys, you need to engage. Otherwise, if you're going to be just making music, unfortunately, the doomsday is here. So it's not easy. I would like to be more optimistic, but we are coping pretty well with this current situation. But there have been a lot of obstacles, not just through the digital services, because we've been on digital services forever. So Spotify coming to Croatia didn't change much for us. It changed in terms of having local people be able to listen music online. But like Branimir said, everything and everybody who's in this region, they rely on YouTube. They go to free music, pirated sites. They download stuff for free. So kind of there will be need a lot of education for the people and a lot of measures how to improve this thing, because otherwise I think it's going to be tough for everybody. Yeah, so yeah, I don't have any good news for you.
Okay, so it's usually me who's really dark, but good.
I think, Nicola, if I can tell something, I think it's, let's say, an illness from the region to rely on YouTube. We've seen that in Romania, for example, which is one of the biggest consumer of YouTube. And step by step, you will see that streaming platforms will become more and more important, because people want to listen to music in the metro. They will change their habits. On the one hand, also it can happen that Spotify won't be the #1 streaming platform in your country, for example. That's what's happening actually in Romania. YouTube Music launched 1.5 years ago, so 1 year after Spotify, and it's today the biggest streaming platform in the country. So people were so used to YouTube that YouTube Music, for some reason, they finally adopted more easily that platform than Spotify.
Yeah, that was my next question, is like, is it possible, maybe for Ken and you, but you replied as well, about the transition from YouTube users to, streaming services users, maybe even for Tony, what's the case in Poland with YouTube usage? I know I can give you an explanation for Serbia. We didn't have services and YouTube was first. So that was the first service, and it's extremely popular. And and it's free. I go there and type the song and I find everything, live sessions and so on. But then when you see some markers, for example, my daughter likes to get to sleep with some songs, and then they go to One Direction, and then I see they have like 85 million after 10 years. But then I go to some Serbian artists and they have like 200, 300,000 or millions, or 50, or more than One Direction. So it's kind of perk of the region that people are used to YouTube. How to get out? I mean, from my perspective, as somebody who's protecting artists and having a label, my pay from YouTube is miserable compared to Deezer or to Spotify. So, and I've been trying to push my artists to do more stuff for Spotify and Deezer. And when they get their first paychecks from Spotify for the less amount of streams, and then when they compare it, then they finally understand that, for example, 10,000 on Deezer is like 1 million on YouTube, for example. So how to change that mentality?
I think this happens naturally. I think over time, like Johan said, is that over time people change their habits. That YouTube, obviously, in the free form that it is, that without YouTube Music isn't a user-friendly format. You can't listen in the background. You know, there's so many things that you cannot do that you can do with the streaming service. And also, don't forget, something like Spotify is actually it's freemium or it's premium. So you can have a user-friendly. You can have a user-friendly interface, free, and you can have a user-friendly interface that's premium. But with YouTube as its free model, it's very difficult. It's very difficult to do that. So, and I think in Poland, the example is that, yeah, sure, lots and lots of people still use YouTube. Mm-hmm. There's no question that people still go to YouTube. They still will prefer to do it, but I can't. I know roughly how many people use Spotify in Poland, but I can't tell you, obviously. The increase in users on Spotify is significant. It's not as many people who are using YouTube, but the revenue is much greater. The way that the artists have developed via those streaming services like Tidal and Deezer, and let's not forget, Deezer was actually the first DSP in Poland. It was before, even arrived before iTunes was here, for instance. So all those streaming services have helped develop the market. And I think that YouTube, obviously going to YouTube Music was very late in doing so. So it doesn't have a stronger foothold. Unlike in Romania, in Poland, it doesn't have such a strong foothold because actually the other DSPs were much earlier and they were much more user friendly. And I think this then begins to help people change their habits. And I don't think you can do it as a label per se. I don't think you can do that, or as an artist per se. Okay, you can see your statements, but we all know, we've known that for years. But it's still not stopping people. Yeah. It's a gradual thing.
Okay, but let's go back to Tom. I had a question before we jumped on YouTube. For the DJ community or dance music, electronic music, Beatport was everything at one point. And when I speak to people from electronic scene, they start to complain more and more about it in a way that you cannot buy first spots, just, download whatever. So how important Beatport is still for your community, or you are also moving to some other platforms? Because if you have original music, it makes sense that you upload it on Spotify. But if you do remixes, then you go to other platforms. And I know at one point it was very difficult because of copyright, because you got strikes and so on, even on YouTube. But I guess I have an impression that today is much easier to upload something on YouTube without being banned. So is that the case, or what's changing on your landscape?
So basically, from my perspective, all the music that I sign and all the music that I produce with my team and myself is 100% original. So we try not to go into that space of illegality, because we license a lot of stuff to Hollywood movie series and etc. So we have to have original music. So we are all on those platforms. Beatport is very important for the DJ community and for the electronic music scene. Same as Traxsource and a few others like Juno. But you know, everybody leans towards the digital, I mean, towards the streaming, but it's not working like it works with the pop music. Absolutely not in the same way. The problem is that if you go to these download sites, even including if you go to Spotify, I can find you like 60% of the electronic music, which is like being produced by using unlicensed samples, which is a kind of, you know, at least 50%. I think it's even more, but you know, people are, you know, hiding it pretty well, and there's still no software that can recognize the illegality of that. But I think that Spotify is coming with something about the originality of the song. But anyway, there's going to be like another topic to discuss. But yeah, that's the problem. So for example, on Peasant album, which was released on my own label, which is my project, we had one track where we sampled Billy Ocean song, and it took me a year to clear the sample. But I did it because I wanted to have it like officially, illegally, without having issues after 20 years or 15 years when I become much more richer, right? And then when they figure out, okay, now it's time to sue the motherfucker, right? So I was going through this painful process, but the whole community is not going through that process because it's impossible or it's really super hard. I mean, even the hip hop started as something that sampled somebody else's original. I'm not against it, but I think people should be more original, more creative in terms of that, or even try to communicate with the original writers and master owners. And then the life will be much more better, and then all the people in the food chain will get their part of the pie, right? So yeah, it's a problem, right? You know, somebody is sampling, I don't know, Rolling Stones, they put it out, nobody gives a care about it on the streaming or download sites. Everybody's earning money, and we are trying to, for example, sample the same songs, and we're trying to clear it, and then we spend a year on trying to clear that sample if we are successful, and most of the time we are not, right? So not a good thing, definitely.
Yeah, okay, yeah, the G community has this problem with clearances, but sometimes it's painful, sometimes it's not, but it's how it goes. Han, what's next for CD Baby? What are your plans and what are your moves? I mean, I know because I've been following you a lot I'm subscribed on all your newsletters and so on, even though I don't use your service, sorry. But I like to see what's going on. I like some of your guides, and I know that you like to interact a lot with your customers, and some of the material you've been publishing both on blogs or, you know, other resources are extremely useful. Maybe you can tell to people a little bit about that and where to find them and what they can find, because it was extremely helpful for me in some situations.
Yeah, definitely. So we really focus on education as part of what we do because of the type of clients that we work with. A lot of them don't necessarily have an established network of or like a support network around them of loads of managers and big record labels. So we very much focus on education as a key aspect so that artists can try to educate themselves on everything from legal issues to how to interact with Spotify or TikTok or anything else. So we have a podcast with about 250, maybe closing in on 300 episodes now, where our marketing team talk about all these different topics. And then we also have a blog called the DIY blog that publishes a lot of articles and guides, like you said. And they're free to use for anybody. You don't have to be a CD Baby client to be able to access them at all. So I definitely recommend checking those out. But also just kind of following on from what some of the guys were saying before about YouTube and transitioning. I think it's a really interesting topic. And, you know, YouTube is the biggest music streaming service globally. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Even in established streaming markets, YouTube still has a far higher user base than any of the other streaming platforms. And obviously not everything that's consumed on YouTube is music related, but it's a massive proportion. But I think, like what the guys were saying before, I think those kind of transitions happens pretty organically, and fans need to have a bit of time to buy into new platforms. I think during the COVID crisis. A lot of people probably spent a lot of time at home listening to or watching YouTube on TV, right? Because you can put it on. And I don't think I necessarily agree that it's not that user friendly, because it just keeps going and going and going and going. It has the like such a massive catalog, and it's got that visual aspect to it, which a lot of people find really interesting, which, you know, I think is one of the big reasons that Spotify, for instance, has invested in Canvas, which is this like short form video thing that you can see across videos. But I think artists and labels can also advocate. You know, I don't think an individual probably is going to change this overnight in your country or in your region, but you're free to tell your fans where you're going to make the most amount of money, which platforms you recommend them going with, which ones are better for streaming music. But also you don't have to make that choice, because if you go through, you know, a TuneCore, a CD Baby, Believe, PS, whoever it is, we deliver to like 150 platforms. So it's not like you have to go, yeah, Spotify this month and Apple. It's just going to be pushed out everywhere. And also when you've released your music, there's, you know, simple things like Linkfire, where you can generate a landing page that has little logos for all the different streaming services on. That's what you should be using to, you know, when you're talking to your fans on your social media platforms and saying, hey, I've got new music out, present them with a landing page like that with a lot of different options. And yeah, recommend that they go with services that benefit you as an artist, I think. Sorry, that was a long and rambling answer.
No, it's good. It's great. I mean, for Runda members who are listening, we do have a partnership with Linkfire, so you can get discount on Linkfire, and it's a great tool. There are many others. Some of them are free, some of them are paid, but it's really great tool to use how to attract people. But you know, one of the things when you're talking is, and I was thinking, okay, I'm not against YouTube. So would we be against YouTube if they were paying more, or we would be like they're the biggest service? Now we're pushing Spotify, for example, you know, and I was pushing Deezer for a long time because Deezer was the first one to come in the region. They were the only one. It's pretty decent application. I think Spotify has a bit upgraded, you know, intelligence and algorithms and so on. But it's a decent application. It works and it delivers music. So if the YouTube was paying more, would we complain, or we would be like, it's awesome?
Are we actually complaining?
I am.
Complaining.
I can say just what we recently did, just in as member of presidency of Croatian National Composers Society. We have some influence of the some rewards that are happening for the hit rewards and creating some charts, you know, because we have all generated airplays and everything. And we used Spotify and iTunes as a factor for what is actually hit and what is not, because there is a lot of we must be aware that a lot of manipulating with YouTube. You told me in Serbia that you have some artists that are more played than, you know, there's some things that your Serbian artists do, like avoiding making music channels, put it on the entertainment channel, then put the channel not in Serbia, then to put it in Austria or somewhere else, to avoid the Croatian the Composer Society, and then they don't find it as a music, and they can boost it the other way, and a lot of things, and those are not really accurate numbers. So when we say, okay, this is the airplay from the radio charts, and this is the Spotify, which is actually it is you can see for every song which how much it is played for iTunes, and then we say, okay, now this is the chart and this is the reality. We can use the YouTube as a factor, but not as big as Spotify. And this way we are changing part of the mind of the artist to focus more on those streaming services, and to focus more on their promotion of those streaming services, and go there. And I think it's working. One part of it is new. The other part, that Spotify is actually cool. And the other part is that they don't do anything for a year now, you know, and they are at home and they can spend some time. They can work on it right now because they have time, because there are no concerts now and everything, and the world is always changing after these things that are happening, like World War or COVID or something like this, and they want to be a part of this new world that will start once this is over. And I think the big part of this will be streaming services, and artists who will go into that into this who will hop in on this will have great benefit of it.
We constantly hear this, echoes about stream manipulations. Sorry, from the region, and I do have my own doubts. Sometimes YouTube is one part of it, and as I work with artists and labels and as publisher as well, I am pissed off at time to time when I go and see YouTube videos on entertainment trying to, which is you can't avoid, for example, Sokoj as Composer Society in Serbia. If your composer that give you the song is in Serbia, one way or another it's going to be claimed. For me, it's just an email to Collecting Society saying this is wrongly categorized and everything is down. But yeah, we do hear this, and for me it's strange. I see Macklemore with 100 million on one video, and then you go and see like 200 millions on some local artists. But at one point I think people do tend to press the replay button a lot, and that does increase the and from the other side I can say, yeah, it might be some sort of manipulation.
Me as a composer, I have this problem. I've talked to the people from IDJ videos, and there was one question on something like I think it was actually Runda last year or something, and there was a question. Do you, as a video company, do you advise artists how to make songs? And say yes, we advise them to make songs that are short, that are maybe 2.5 minutes long. And say why? Because if we have 2.5 minute song, they will listen for it again, and then you have 2 million instead of 1 million views on the YouTube. And actually, to tell you, they avoid Sokoj. Putting this on the entertainment in some other country, which is not territory of the Sokoj. And if that core business is to pick up the money from the YouTube, then they will not say, okay, this is my song, please. They will not claim it. So
yeah, there might be some from IDJ listening, so they can post a question or reply or something. But I see we will run out of time in like 13 minutes, 10-ish minutes.
If I may, Nicolas,
yeah, sure.
If I may,
yeah, sure.
We've been blaming YouTube, but I think actually YouTube is one of the fairest platforms on the market, because it's the only platform which can recognize copies, which can monetize your music on third-party videos. It's one thing. It still generates a very big amount of revenue. So in the region, for most of the artists and labels, it generates over 50%. Even in France, for Believe, for example, last year it represented 25% of our revenue. Exactly the same share than Spotify and Deezer, because Deezer is still strong in France. And it's also one of the only platforms which gives you a concrete amount of money after play. So it's not based on the share of the song compared to the whole number of songs played in a territory. You get a certain amount of money based on how many advertisers are advertising on the platform in a given country in a given moment. So I think it's still a fair platform. Of course, the revenues are can seem low, especially in the Balkans. Actually, we see a huge difference in monetization between, for example, Serbia and Poland, between Croatia and Hungary, because there are not so many advertisers, and they are not paying the same amount of money for the campaigns than in other territories. But yeah, I think it's still a fair way to pay.
Say something nice about YouTube. We're gonna have a YouTube tomorrow.
Nicola, I don't believe it is user friendly. This is what I was saying. But as a label, as a record label, our job is to give people who want to listen to music choice, and we don't. And therefore, we give choice to everybody. We put everything on every platform that we have deals with, and we say, make your choice. That's ultimately all that we can do as labels, and people then make that choice. If they naturally believe that they should move from YouTube and go somewhere else, or they should go from somewhere else to YouTube, as far as we're concerned, that's fine.
Okay.
Just one short thing. So the success of YouTube is because the people are very visual, so they like to have a visual experience, not just the audio experience, especially right now where they are locked in their houses. So I would not underestimate the YouTube. I love YouTube. It is what we have. We need to adjust, not them, right? So unfortunately, we and our artists and producers and songwriters, we need to figure out the way how to attract the people to those networks. And basically that's it. It's simple as that.
Somebody else wants to say something, or good. Okay, we have 9 minutes, and I would like to use the end. Maybe each of one of you can say some sort of predictions for the next year. I know it's hard because nobody predicted the pandemic, and now we are stuck at home. But not about the concerts, but about the digital. What do you perceive what's going to happen? TikTok was one of the biggest surprises in the last couple of years, and brought us a lot of hits and a lot of attraction from people and younger generation moving to TikTok. What do you think what's going to happen? You can even say in your company, what are you aiming for the next year? Who's going to start? Okay, go.
I like to talk a lot. So we purchased a lot of cameras. We purchased video editing software and all that stuff. We are employing a person who's going to do all that videos. So that's our thing, what we're going to do in the future, because besides making music and releasing music, because there would be no parties in the near future, at least not until the summer next year. And we pretty much depend on that. So there are another technology that is coming in, and it's already implemented with some of the ticket sellers, which is where you can broadcast your party and you can sell the tickets for the broadcast, which is started, you can see with Dua Lipa, with some of the parties like Tomorrowland, etc. I think that's unfortunate near future. So we need to figure it out how to be part of that. So that's we are aiming towards, the videos. And I think the IDJs has a big advantage here because they have like great production video company that is doing such nice video. I would not comment the music, I don't like it, but they're doing the right thing in terms of the current situation.
Yeah, they have TV as well.
Yeah.
Tony?
Well, I think digital, I mean, as it has done, it'll continue to grow next year. I think that I don't think it's, I think to an extent it's interesting that I think as an industry I mean, I've worked in this industry for a very long time, and I've seen everything that's new we say is damaging and destroying the industry, and now we're sat here, we're talking about how great digital is, how great etc. So I think it'll continue to grow. I think as a PS we will continue to take advantage of it, like every other company will continue to take advantage. What will happen? No one has a crystal ball. I think that, but statistics show that streaming is developed and, digital is developed over a number of, the years it's been available, and it will continue to do that for sure. And I think that, streaming services that are new to market will get stronger footholds because there's that appetite to adopt new things. It's part of human nature, and I think that will happen among Balkan territories for sure.
Branimir?
As a small label, I'm aware that I need a digital department. As small as I am, maybe it's one guy, or it's if I grow bigger, that will be much more people. But I need digital department, as I have my partners who perform in studio or lightmen on the set when we make video. We need this department as well. Not to be mistaken before, I like all the digital services, including TikTok, including of course YouTube, which was the biggest game changer maybe here. And there's new time, and whatever it will take in a few years, so we must be prepared for it. And because it's not all about the music, we must have everything to be prepared.
No?
I think much like TikTok kind of exploded over the last couple of years, I think new platforms will pop up, probably focusing quite heavily on the visual side of things. And I think the audience base that are existing on platforms like TikTok right now, they are very quick and easy to move from platform to platform. But from a distribution point of view, from an industry point of view, it takes a long time to license these new platforms. So I think, from our point of view, we'll continue to be working with the bigger platforms, and keep helping our artists to build better release strategies across these platforms, and to continue to educate. But I think digital is a super exciting field. I think as an artist in the Balkans, you can reach a fan base anywhere and everywhere at a fraction of the cost, and that's really a key thing, especially if you're in a niche genre or something. You can reach a fan in Chile or Indonesia or New Zealand at the click of a button, and you can experiment much more when it comes to digital advertising and trying to target new fans. So if you continue as an artist or a label to educate yourself and try new things, and don't be afraid to kind of fail and try again, I think digital can be a very, very exciting space for you.
Thank you. John?
I can imagine a slowdown in some territories of Eastern Europe that have been using streaming for many years. So it went like that. Now we are reaching millions of users in countries like Poland and Czech Republic, for example. But it will be still growing, and of course in the Balkans, I'm sure that the arrival of Spotify and Apple Music will change everything. From what Spotify says, the number of subscribers on Spotify are 4 times higher than expected. So I'm sure it will definitely change the landscape. And I think also that short form video platforms might grow up. We're talking about TikTok, but we have also Likee and Triller going up and up. YouTube is launching its own short form video platform called YouTube Shorts, I think. So I'm sure this kind of platforms will definitely change the landscape. Maybe not on the long term, because it might be a generation thing, but for the generation coming, I'm sure it will have a great importance. Even if we don't see the impact right now on the revenues, the promotion impact it has is huge.
Cool. Thank you all. Thank you all for talking for us today and with me today. I hope it was very useful for the other people, and of course they'll be able to see it even later on if they were not today with us. For those who are watching, we have a short break. We have Martin Mills, legendary from the Beggars Group, doing interview for us. And then we're going to have a presentation about what is RDX, which I think it's really important for all the record labels and right holders to understand what it is. So thank you again. Thank you very much, and hope to see you next time, or probably in person. That would be our wish for 2021. Thank you very much. Take care. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Nice meeting.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye-bye.
So I just wanted to thank you for taking your time and spending with us. We started Runda Digital Days last year, so this is the second edition. Last year we thought that we would like to have a sort of one legend per year and to bring someone to Zagreb, but it was done at the last minute last year. So
yes, doing
it finally here for the first time, and hopefully one day you will be able to join us in Zagreb in person. But this year we are doing it virtually. So
of course,
it's 1 hour dedicated to your career and how you ended where you are today and what happened along the way. So it's only 1 hour, but it's more than 40 years. So I would like to start with how you managed to get the Beggars Banquet running. So I know that it actually happened from the shop, like many independent labels in the 70s. So if you would be so to explain the situation and how it evolved into a record label.
Okay, well, we started off running record stores, and one of the managers of one of the stores started managing a punk band called the Lurkers, who were rehearsing in a rehearsal room we had downstairs, and he wanted help managing them. So he came to myself and my then partner, and we started managing the Lurkers, and we tried to get them a record deal because that was what he did. But everyone had already signed a punk band just in case it happened, and nobody wanted to. So we put it out ourselves, and we found out how to do it. I mean, in those days, it was pretty unusual to put out a record without a existing label. These days it happens every day in someone's garage, but there was no instruction manual in those days, so we had to just work it out.
Yeah. So how it evolved from one band and managing one band to signing more bands? Did it happen quickly or over a period of time?
Well, we released 2 singles by the Lurkers, and then we thought we could do a single by someone else, and that hadn't really occurred to us until then. And so we put out a single by, I think it was a West London singer called Johnny G, and that was okay. And then we did another, and then we did another, and then we did T-Boy Army, who turned into Gary Newman, and over a period of 1.5 years became an enormous worldwide success, and that of course changed everything.
Yeah. So very quickly, so you had a hit with the first T-Boy Army, then Gary Newman. So did you pick up stuff along the way, or it evolved sort of naturally, or you had to, you know, how did it progress from
after about 1 year, we did a license deal with Warner's, and so Warner's became our parent, if you like, after the first year or two, and we had a relationship with them which lasted for 10 years or so. During which they worked some of our records and we worked some of our records, and it was a good relationship until it was time for it to be over.
Okay, so pretty quickly you also started to open other labels. So in 1980, 4AD started to work, signing maybe more obscure bands that.
Yep.
That later went on to Beggars. So
the only band that was the intention. The only one that actually did move to Beggars was Bauhaus. After that, 4AD developed such an identity that they had a parallel stream to Beggars, and there was no need for anyone to move over.
Yeah. So maybe something more about 4AD, how it started. How did you manage to find people who work there as A&Rs, and then in the end left them to pursue their own vision, as you probably said? It was very unique.
It started because at that time we had 6 record shops, so it had grown from 1 to 6, and we had 2 people working in the stores. And this was at a time when when Beggars was very busy with Gary Newman, because we were managing him for a while, so we were very busy, and we lost our connection to our roots, if you like. And two people who worked in the stores, Ivo and Peter, came to us and said, we want to do a label that is what Beggars used to be, but with its own style and its own identity. Can you give us a couple of £1,000 budget to do it with? And we said yes. And so that turned into 4AD. They found the Cocteau Twins pretty early on, and they became a defining artist for the label. And then in the 80s with the Cocteau Twins and Dead Can Dance, it became the kind of leader of ethereal goth, whilst Beggars was doing more kind of rootsy goth like Flesh Lulu, Jean Love Jezebel, and so on. 4AD had this female-led ethereal feel.
Yeah. So you mentioned that pretty quickly all punk bands signed to larger indies or majors. So actually, when you came on the scene, a lot of bands were already signed, so you had to sign some new bands, or maybe dig deeper to find some original music.
That's what independents need to do.
Yeah. That's for sure. So what do you think was the defining moment of Beggars evolving in the 80s and how it became more sustainable then?
I think economically it was in 1989 where the Cult had a worldwide big #1 record with Sonic Temple. The Pixies had their biggest records. So both labels were firing on all cylinders and generating decent revenues. And I think that made us stable and secure. It was the first time we could stop worrying about paying the bills. And I think that turned it from something that was always a bit of an accident into something that had turned out to be a career. Kind of by accident. I mean, there were many defining musical moments over that decade, which was the formative decade for both labels. But I think when you're running a business, knowing that you can pay the bills is a fairly fundamental requirement, and it can take a while to get there.
Yeah. I guess as independent, it was not easy sort of trying to find your path, managing your sound, and then, of course, being a businessman and trying it to be a sustainable business. So it was maybe juggling both. Yes.
And of course, my then partner, myself, neither of us were business people. We'd never been to business school or anything. We were music fans.
Yeah, but it sort of evolved everything as you did things. So
yes,
you always made a next step, and it became easier.
Yes.
Of course, you really had some enormous signings, and then in the 80s also you also had one new label. You started Excel as a sort of dance label. As the end of the 80s, so the acid house and house music moved from Chicago to the rest of the world. So you had answer to that as well.
The reason we did that was because we felt that the house music had many similarities to punk music 10 years earlier. It was all very homemade. It had its own scene. And although it sounded completely different, although bands like Prodigy eventually made the two converge, it sounded completely different, but the whole ethos was very similar. And we felt that a lot of what came from that scene, with some exceptions, we put out some records on City Beat and XL that were not a very comfortable fit with everything, but most of it was really a rejuvenation of what had happened 10 years earlier. And it was a very natural thing to do, even though it seemed slightly countercultural. It was actually quite natural.
Yeah, but you understood that in order to pursue some sound, it's pointless maybe to put dance records on 4AD because their sound was completely different. So that at some point you needed to have another label for a sort of different sound. Or
yes, apart from the fact that we had a dance record #1 on 4AD with Pump Up the Volume. Yes. With that exception, you're right.
Yeah. But that happened probably because the people were signed to the 4AD. And
yes, it did. Yes.
Yeah, but anyway, it was a really defining moment. So I also wanted to ask you, how much were you sort of were people responsible for those labels doing their own signings, or were you involved as well, or you just let them, you know, do because you knew that they had their vision, and it's best for them to, or also were consulted?
That was a gradual thing with Beggars. My then partner and I used to do all the A&R at Beggars for the first 10 years. And then we hired an A&R person, and from then on, someone else was on the front line of choosing the music. With 4AD, it was always Ivo and Peter who chose the music, and there was never any sense of controlling them whatsoever. I mean, the whole idea of bringing people in was to have their taste and allow them to make the decisions. So we kind of abdicated A&R fairly early on, really, and the skill became, for us, not choosing the bands, but choosing the people who chose the bands.
So it's still the same to this day.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, obviously, at my age now, I'm not choosing the bands, but I'm very involved in it. But it would be ridiculous for me to make those choices.
Yeah. Okay. So as 90s progress, so the labels progress as well. Do maybe have some defining moments in 90s? Of course, Prodigy happened on XL, which was then again enormous success. More, let's say, than Pixies and Cult in the 80s. So that was one step further and.
Yes, Prodigy was enormous, and not just Prodigy. We had the Charlatans, who had three #1 records, and but Prodigy sold, on Fat of the Land. They sold over 7 million records worldwide, #1 in 27 countries. So it really kind of cemented us as being able to take alternative music to the mainstream around the world, which was a big moment for us.
Yeah. So were they in the history of Beggars and the labels maybe one band that was very evasive that you wish you signed, but in the end didn't or couldn't?
Well, I guess two answers to that, really. The band that we never signed, that we never knew we never signed, was REM, who apparently sent us a tape along with one other label, which was IRS, back in the beginning, and they never heard from us. I don't know who got the tape. And the other one, I'd say more modern, is the Arctic Monkeys, where we were very, very close to signing the Arctic Monkeys. We thought they were brilliant. It was between us and EMI. The band couldn't make up their minds between us, and then Domino arrived.
Yeah, that really two great bands, and maybe one band that you turned off and they became successful, or were turned off for not signing to your labels. We all have sins from our past.
No, no real regrets. I mean, we apparently we turned down Duran. I'm okay with that. So no regrets.
But maybe that was early, and Beggars were maybe not ready for them at that point of time.
Or maybe they weren't ready for us.
Yeah. That was maybe after Gary Newman, or at that point of time.
I think you find your level. Yeah, the artists that are right for us know they're right for us.
I don't know how you would finance the video clips.
Well, exactly. Good point.
Okay, so 90s progressed, and pretty soon we came to the 2000, and XL proved to be a great home for a lot of bands, and also some new labels evolved. And in 2000, you signed Radiohead fresh from the deal with EMI. And how did you manage? Because it was clear that they were not happy with at that point of time with the major label deal, and were maybe evasive of other deals, but nevertheless you managed to sign them and to be with them since then point of time.
Well, what happened is that XL had been becoming a broader based label than just dance music, and had signed Badly Drawn Boy and the White Stripes. So XL was becoming a real powerhouse. and it had fantastic credentials in electronic music, but also other kinds of music. And we had a relationship with Radiohead's managers, and Tom York liked what XL was doing, so we put out his solo record, The Eraser, and that was how that relationship started. And then when the band did In Rainbows and released it themselves, we then did the physical version of the record when they decided that they wanted to do that. And it became a relationship that just developed. And when they had the opportunity through Impala, and I don't know whether you're going to get to this, but all the Impala divestment process, we had the opportunity to acquire with them their rights for EMI. It was a fantastically beneficial thing for them and for us.
Yeah. So you mentioned In Rainbow, so it was an infamous album. It was the time of piracy, maybe before the streaming services, when they did unprecedented move, pay as you want. So it's now 13 years from that point of time. So what do you think about it now from this point of view, this perspective we have now?
I think it was a fantastically inventive idea, very appropriate for the times. I mean, it's not really one that has been repeated that much because it was the right idea for that moment.
Yeah, and for them maybe.
Yeah, and the interesting thing was when we released the record 3 months later, when they'd been giving it away in effect, or letting people have it for whatever they wanted for 3 months. When we put it out, it went to #1 at the full normal price.
Yeah.
But it was a brilliant record. It was a kind of it was a big record in their career.
Yeah. So of course you mentioned a lot of bands. So I don't want to ask a question about all bands you worked for, but of course for us to go through really some great stuff you did, and of course we can't discuss Beggars or XL without mentioning Adele, because it will now be in maybe a month time or 2 months, 10th anniversary since Adele's phenomenal successful album 21 was released. So it's still the 4th biggest selling album of all time and the biggest selling album of 21st century. So how that record came out and how it became so successful, and how you coped with success after that, because it grew Beggars then on another level.
And of course, there was 19 before 21. She came in. We found her. She was a friend of an artist that we were already working with, and she came in with some songs, and we believed in her. It felt natural. It felt great. We loved what she was doing, and it grew, and it grew unstoppable. I mean, over the course of 2 or 3 albums, it was just very natural, very organic. She made a connection with the world, and there was no stopping it. It just flew.
But then again, in order to support her and enormous success, you also needed to do some new deals, a group company, maybe build a relationship.
And I think it's probably true to say that the growth of the labels has always been driven by the growth of the artists. You know, the artists we mentioned, whether it's Gary Newman or the Cult or the Pixies or Prodigy or Adele, they have, as they've made certain records, they've enabled and required our companies to step up and be capable of more. So by the time Adele was as big as she was, and we had the biggest record in the world for twice in 4 years, for us to be able to be competitive with the big companies over that period of time meant that we had to develop what we already had, and it was a fantastic opportunity for us. And now we have this machine around the world that is capable of doing that, but also capable of doing a fantastic job for much smaller artists.
Yeah. But what I found really incredible is when you see that, for instance, XL is putting out between 6 and 8 albums each year, so it's not that much. So it's always been quality instead of quantity. So, and other labels are.
That's always the case. So we have we have 4 or 5 labels now. They each release a maximum of 10 albums a year. They each have a maximum of 20 artists on the roster. And a big part of what I do is I try to make sure that we release as few records as possible, whereas the majors are trying to release as many records as possible. We're completely the opposite.
Yeah, yeah. So we come to the part where we discuss Impala and your involvement in the music industry. You're very active. You're involved in Impala. Would you tell us what's your involvement and in what institutions you are involved as well, and what you do there, and how do you sort of defer your work rate for the label and for the bigger industry?
Well, it started off with AIM in the UK in 1999. There was a battle with MTV at the time, and we realized a small number of us who were running independent labels in the UK and sitting around the BPI council table realized that we weren't really doing a service to our labels with the BPI, because we were just not focused enough on it. And we decided that we wanted to be serious about it. We wanted to be serious about collective benefits for independence. We needed to do it ourselves. So we started talking to people about AIM. Started off with 3 of us, and then we brought in another 10 people, and then we were 25 people, and then we were 40 people, and then we decided we should do it. And we decided we should invest some money, hire someone really great to run it. And so we started, and we proved very early on with the MTV battle and other battles fairly soon after that we could make a real difference, and we could allow independents to do together what they could not do separately. After a couple of years, we found ourselves having the same conversation in Europe. There was a point at which there was a rogue so-called independent trade association which was being funded by big tech companies and was going around legislators in Europe saying that independents didn't care about copyright, it didn't matter to them. And so we felt we had to contradict that, and we had to set up Impala to be strong in Brussels. And obviously Impala has had incredible successes, is incredibly well respected in Brussels. We've obviously been very involved with fighting mergers and protecting the marketplace. Then we set up A2IM in America, which was obviously the crucial point to actually circle the wagons in America. And then on top of that came Merlin, which was our move to level the digital playing field and going back to the beginning to creating competitiveness for independents that they could not have had on their own. I mean, when you think about it, we compete with a market that's dominated by 3 huge companies. Individually, none of us can compete with them, but together we can. Our customers are essentially 3 of the 4 biggest technology companies in the world, plus Spotify. Individually, we can't really compete with them on equal bargaining terms, but collectively we can. So the market has forced us, and we are the majority of the market, but the market has forced us to work together, because without that ability, we wouldn't be competitive, and without being competitive, we're not going to be able to do the job for our artists.
Yeah, and it's now Impala, it's 20 years for Impala. So when you think about what happened in those 20 years,
it's been pretty amazing. I mean, who'd have thought? I remember a board meeting in Berlin where we decided to sue the European Commission about the Sony BMG merger, and that was an enormous deal for 12 or 20 little independent labels to decide to issue legal proceedings against the European Commission. It's a pretty scary thing.
Yeah,
and we won.
Yeah, it is. How do you defer your? So is it more now spent doing business around beggars, or is it sort of fairly spread around your other activities in the music industry? As you mentioned, AIM.
It's pretty well spread. I mean, the company is run by people day to day, my partners in the labels, and the executives in Beggars, who are very capable of running it without me. So I'm there, and I'm seeing everything, but the engine doesn't need me to drive it anymore. similarly with the trade associations, they're self-functioning. They don't need me to, if I disappear, they're not going to go away. So they're all self-sustaining now. We're at an interesting phase with the trade associations where the first generation has now handed the baton to the second generation. And that's an interesting and sometimes challenging process, but that's been very valuable and very impressive. So yeah, I'm very involved. I still come into work every day, even in COVID times, when I'm allowed to.
Impressive.
But it's just as rewarding as ever. It's just as challenging as ever. I mean, the whole digital revolution, the whole revolutioning in global systems has been incredibly challenging, but fascinating as well. And we're still releasing music that excites me as much as it ever did. But the mechanisms and systems you have for promoting that music have changed beyond recognition over the last 10 or 20 years. So that keeps everything stimulating.
Yeah. And how do you feel that Brexit will, as it's happening, will change your activities in UK and then, of course, worldwide?
We're worried about Brexit. We didn't want Brexit to happen. We wish it wasn't happening. We can't do anything about it. None of it inspires anyone with much confidence. We're all concerned about how things will actually operate, and we're trying to adjust to what we think the future will be, but everyone's guessing, including the government, as far as we can tell. But we'll just have to see.
Yeah, so you mentioned that COVID times. So how is company coping now? And of course the artists, as they're all sitting home or maybe in studio working on the music, but unable to perform and
Well, the company is working incredibly well. I mean, we've spent a lot of time and money over the last 10, 15 years developing IT systems and the technical infrastructure of the company. And it was pretty amazing that one day we were working in the office and the next day we weren't, and everything carried on functioning fine, which was an enormous compliment to a lot of people here. And the record label has been fine. Turnover is pretty good. It's more difficult to release new records now because we don't have a lot of the tools we had before, but you invent new tools. And it creates new opportunities and new stimulations. It's clearly, from an artist's point of view, from the point of view of their recording career, everything's pretty okay. From the point of view of their live career, it's obviously a disaster. And we're working closely with our artists and their support crews to try and help them through this. Obviously, there's a lot of debate about streaming income and where streaming income goes. And that's, I think, because artists are now seeing it as kind of their only income when they can't play live. So it puts a pressure on that income that wasn't there before.
And we have Parliament inquiry into the whole streaming infrastructure and how it's structured in UK, as I understand.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, personally, I believe that the way we run this company is very fair to artists and shares streaming income in an appropriate way. And fortunately, I mean, being a company where I'm the owner, along with my partners, we can make our own choices in that. We don't have shareholders to answer to and to be faced with accusations of giving away value. If we want to pay our artists more, we can decide to do that. So I feel very comfortable that the way we account to artists is beneficial to them as well as to us. But there's obviously a big debate going on in this country at the moment about that, and it's interesting.
Yeah. Also, one thing as Brexit, that you'll see how it will end.
Yes. we will.
Okay, so yeah, I thought that we would need an hour, but it's been very quick, 30 minutes. So that's mostly all the questions I had. So
okay, well, that's fine by me if it's fine with you.
Yeah, it's fine by me. So
Good. Well, I'm very pleased to meet everyone there. I'm sorry I'm not doing it in person.
Okay.
And I've always wanted to explore further into your part of the world, and hopefully I will do that before long. I'm glad
we have a lot of conferences here, not just Runda conferences, but our members also host some conferences in Macedonia, in Belgrade, in Ljubljana, and here in Zagreb. So hopefully very soon we can fly.
Yeah, no, it's great that there's so much activity there, and obviously there's a lot of music happening there and a lot of organization happening. I know Impala has been very involved with the trade association side of things, and WIN as well, and that's really important to extend the community. So I'm
and Runda is first organization which is in few countries, because we do stuff here in few countries. So we have board from Slovenia, Croatia, and Serbia. So it's very demanding in pre-COVID times. Not now. So
Well, we live in a global marketplace, and we succeed by being a cottage industry on a global scale. So you're all an important part of it.
Yeah, thank you, and hopefully our members will enjoy this conversation and learn something, have some information, and next year we could have questions as well, maybe.
Okay, that'd be good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hi, and thank you very much for having me to speak today. My name's Charlie Phillips, and I am the Chief Operating Officer of WIN, the Worldwide Independent Network. I'm really sorry that we can't be meeting in person this year with everything that's going on in the world, but nonetheless, let's have a little look at what the repertoire data exchange system is that's been developed over the last year or so. Hopefully with a view to it being rolled out in as many territories as possible, including your territories in the Balkans, mainly because its prime purpose is to solve problems with data quality and timeliness. So I put together a quick overview PowerPoint deck. You'll see at the end that there are a few email addresses and points of contact that you can use to follow up with any questions. Because obviously I'm not there in person with you in real time, I'm afraid. But please, by all means, reach out, do make contact, and any thoughts, comments, questions, do let us know. Right, so first of all, in simple terms, what is the repertoire data exchange? Well, the first thing that we need to just get clear is that we're talking only about performance rights here. We're not talking about digital streaming services. We're not talking about YouTube. We're not talking about any of that stuff. We're just talking mainly about public performance and broadcast, so radio licensing, and the licensing of public spaces, public businesses like bars, shops, restaurants, and so on. So the repertoire data exchange is a system which acts as a data exchange hub for record companies and rights holders and the collective licensing organizations who license the repertoire of the record companies for usage by, for instance, radio stations. So which organizations are we talking about there? Well, in the UK, it's PPL, in Japan, it's RAAJ, in Holland, it's SENA, and so on. The objective of the repertoire data exchange, RDX, is to exchange metadata and rights information relevant to licensing these rights in sound recordings at individual level. That's a really important point because even in instances where some of these MLCs, as they're called, collective licensing organizations, do a very good job, it's still very hard to register recordings and for them to then process usage at individual recording level. However, the industry is moving ever closer and ever more granular, moving closer towards individual payments on a micro level. And so any future-facing system needs to be able to accommodate that. And RDX certainly does that. The system itself is based on widely implemented industry standards, namely the DDEX RDR message. There's a lot of technical technical detail behind the scenes with RDX, as you would imagine, because it is purely a technical facility. But nonetheless, DDEX is the standards operating body for the recording, well, the music industry, publishing, and so on and so forth. All types of usage in the digital music supply chain are standardized to some extent through DDEX. So if you're not quite clear on what standards are and how this all works, check out www.ddex.net. Repertoire Data Exchange as an entity, not as a system, but as a corporate entity, is managed by a dedicated company, Repertoire Data Exchange Limited. This is UK based and it's 50-50 owned by WIN, that's us, and IFPI, representing the major labels and an assorted number of other independents. The terms between WIN and IFPI are literally back to back. They are exactly the same. There is nothing in the agreement, the company agreement, that is different between what WIN and IFPI are obliged to do, entitled to do, and so on. It's a unique collaboration. There's never been anything like this before. And who knows, maybe it will signal more collaboration in future. The system itself, so moving away from the kind of corporate side of things and looking more into operations, the system is operated by PPL, the UK music licensing company, PPL, and they have an interesting role to play because they are also a recipient of data from the system. It's been great having PPL on board because they are an advanced organization. They've got an enormous amount of technical capacity and knowledge. So having them both building and operating the system and also receiving data from it has given us all as an industry excellent insight into making the system as good as possible. The little asterisk at the bottom, for clarity, just says not to be confused with the US-based Mechanical Licensing Collective, which is also called MLC, because that US-based MLC is nothing to do with RDX. We are just talking about performance rights licensing, not mechanicals. So this is just a quick recap on this slide of what I was saying before, that the organizations involved are IFPI and WIN for the company side, owning and controlling it, and service delivery and development is delivered by PPL. So why is it important that the industry pulls together to build something like a data exchange hub? Well, as many of you will be very well aware, performance rights from the point of view of any company, but let's look specifically at independent music companies, performance rights revenues are a much higher percentage of overall revenues than ever before. There's a number of reasons for that. Firstly is that rates are generally quite high, so the amount that is being charged is relatively strong. There's a lot better market penetration, so a lot of these collective licensing organizations are doing an ever better job of actually getting out there and getting the licenses signed up. So there's more revenue coming in, and that's a great thing. However, there is also another great thing, which is the ubiquity and ease of access of music in any form really is global and instantaneous. This obviously means that any recording can be made available on a DSP or in a download store or whichever way you prefer to listen to your music. And that recording will be immediately available in any other country where the same digital service is operating, including obviously YouTube. So when you have tastemakers at radio stations, DJs in clubs, background music provider companies, they have tastemakers and playlist managers, what used to be called DJs in the old radio world, who are scouring the world scouring the world's music platforms for the next best and most appropriate music to play for their particular station or their club or their gym or whatever. So tracks can be released anywhere and they can be played anywhere. And there is an enormous amount of international potential for independent music repertoire globally, which is again pretty fantastic. The downside though is that it's really hard to manage these rights internationally because each country has historically been set up to just deal with local licensing, not so much just local members, but certainly local licensing. And if you're not in a situation as a label, as a music company, where you've got offices or people who you can rely on in every single territory, money will inevitably be left on the table purely because of administrative problems if you get, or lucky enough to have, a track that gets really good international traction. The network of MLCs, collecting societies, if you will, just isn't currently structured enough to reflect the reality of what the global performance rights world looks like. So what does RDX do to help? Well, the idea, and again, this came along after a lot of work with a lot of rights holders, a lot of countries, MLCs, their collective licensing organizations. Many people over the last 5 years actually have been working hard on this in the background because we realized that there is the ability and opportunity here to help rationalize processes. And from our perspective as independents, it would improve market access. Market access is usually, can be quite tricky, especially if you are relying on specific things to happen at specific times. But when market access is equal for all, as it is in the digital music space, indies do really well. But indies generally don't have the manpower, the admin ability to be able to manage multiple different memberships and do all the kind of granular maintenance that's required with all these different countries. So it cuts them out of the market and they don't get paid. So RDX also aims to build on a collaborative approach. So as I said, we got together, we ran workshops, we did a number of different activities together with IFPI to identify not just the things that are problematic that we wanted to solve, but we put everybody's ideas together to analyze and conclude on which areas in this particular part of the industry could we all agree on were problematic and would merit a single solution. And the main area where there were problems was on data delivery. So whether you're a big company or a small company, it doesn't really matter. You will be affected in one way or another negatively by the way that things are structured historically. What does it also help to do from the MLC's side, from the collective licensing organisation side? It allows them to play to their unique strengths. So what are they uniquely able to do? Well, there are two big things. One is obviously local licensing. So in your region, it would be your local radio stations, your local gyms, when hopefully, fingers crossed, life starts to come back to normal a little bit. There will be obviously more opportunity for the licensing to happen, and that's best done locally. The other side of the coin is looking after local members. So the local record companies prefer to have direct relationships with their local societies. That's just the way it is in every country. But it allows the MLCs themselves to free up resource dealing with just difficult and quite annoying data management problems, which in turn brings us on to the next point, which is this has an overall effect of reducing costs. And what happens when costs are reduced in this particular sphere? That means that more money is freed up to go back to rights holders. The collective licensing organisations exist to represent the rights of the labels, the companies. And so whatever they do to reduce their cost of collections and distributions means that there is more money to put into to put back to the rights holders. It's an example, the final point says there, of the industry working for itself and finding its own solutions. You will not hear any mention of blockchain in this presentation, and you won't hear mention of any other types of kind of particular system or particular ways of doing things, because the problems that in this area that need to be solved are not solved just by having the machine that can do the solving. It is what you put into that machine that's the problem, because the data is not reaching the right people, the right countries, the right time. It's not correct. It's not standardized. So there is no single solution. There are many, many, many solutions that could solve this problem. But given that we're talking about authoritative data, we're talking about quality, we're talking about timeliness, that can only come from rights holders. It's not how the machine processes it that in and of itself will solve the problem. It's every step of the chain all the way through. So it's been great to see the industry working for itself, using its own expertise, its own skills, its own knowledge, and to some extent its own infrastructure to actually find its own solutions. So this slide kind of sums up what I was saying a moment ago. But the purpose is to standardize and simplify the process for recording rights holders to register repertoire data with multiple collective licensing organizations around the world, improving efficiency and reducing cost. Now, it's important to note that it says recording rights holders of all sizes. It is still a technology system, and therefore there are technical requirements for record companies to be able to join and use the system. And there are also legal requirements, because all users, whether they are a record company or a receiving collecting society, need to enter into terms with Repertoire Data Exchange Limited, which puts some obligations on them and some requirements as well. One really important point to mention right now is that the system itself is paid for by the receiving societies paying a modest subscription to receive the data, receiving the better quality data. There is no cost for record companies to participate at all, other than regular operational costs of actually having a system, having people and staff that can do the work required to actually interact with it. But we've had some questions on this in the past and about how much it costs. And if you are a record company, there is no cost to entry. It is free, but you will have to enter into an agreement that really just sets out the sort of best practices and requirements. So that's from the recording rights holder point of view. From the collective licensing organisation's point of view, from the MLC's point of view, it increases access for them to very high quality and authoritative repertoire data registrations. At the moment, they're all working with different formats. Some are even still, a lot of them are still actually using spreadsheets, which are very clunky, very inaccurate, prone to human error. We have the technology, we have the standards to be able to deal with this. We've now put the hub in place, which of course helps the MLCs to be more accurate, more efficient, and basically make distributions in a more timely manner than at present. Another really interesting area of the system, which is something that I'll touch on in a moment, and this is unique, this has never really happened before. The point is that the system allows for transparency between collective licensing organisations receiving the data and the recording rights holders. So if you are a record company, you get transparency on what the receiving society has done with your data. And we'll come in a moment to what that actually looks like. But issues are flagged very early on in the process to actually indicate to rights holders things that they need to correct. This is a big step forward because it allows for overall data quality to be improved and more quickly. So I'll quickly whiz you through the operational overview. You can see in the slide in front of you that there are, on the left-hand side, data sources, who are usually record companies, but can also be data management companies that are delivering data on behalf of record companies. So they're on the left. On the right are the recipients, so music licensing companies, but theoretically it doesn't have to be music licensing companies. It could be other recipients, but that's out of scope at the moment. And what happens if you are a record company on the left-hand side there is, at number one, obviously, you submit your repertoire data into the system. Point two, the top green arrow, your data goes from record company into RDX. Under the hood of RDX are some deceptively simple but very, very complex rights conflict detection processes that effectively flag very early any issues with the data that's just been submitted, so that any issues go back to the record company with the left pointing green arrow at number 5 there, so that the submitting record company knows that there are issues and can go ahead and fix them. So in a kind of any regular sort of operational mode, there will be a certain amount of the data just going 1, 2, 5, 1, 2. So if it's gone 1, 2, 5 and it's been corrected and it goes 1, 2, what happens then? RDX has done all its rights conflict detection. Then what? RDX then passes the data on to the recipient MLCs who subscribe to receive particular sets of data. They don't have to take the whole thing. They can take different subsets of the data. And the data then goes and lives in the local MLC's databases. It's quite important to point out that RDX has a database. Obviously, it's got to have some way of storing the messages it's passing through, but it is not a database in the traditional sense. It does not purport to be authoritative in and of itself. It is still the collecting society's job and responsibility to make sure that they still have the right information for their territory, and they continue to do their work in the similar way to how they do it at the moment, just on the basis of receiving cleaner data. That's really important because obviously questions are, oh, is this a database that we can just plug into? No, not yet. Is it going to replace my local system? No, it isn't. But it just tops up what's coming through on a day-to-day basis. And gradually, the idea is that most data will come through RDX for the whole industry around the world, for every country. So where were we up to? The record company submitted at number 1 into RDX, no rights conflicts. So it's gone through to the receiving MLC, it's sitting in there, just about to hit their database locally. This point 4 is what I was talking about earlier with regard to the unique status update message system, where depending on what's already in the local society's database, if there are issues there with conflicts, blah, 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 any types of problems, those updates will be sent back through RDX from number 4 back to number 2, back to number 5. So record company submits data through the system. It lands on the database at the MLC. The MLC goes, oh, hold on a second, this has got a problem. Their system then sends back, using the DDEX standard, the status updates for the recordings that it's had received, and goes back through RDX number 2 back to number 5, so that if there are any problems, the data source, the record company, can fix it. And as the note at number 4 says, it sends back status updates for every recording based on local system status. So it doesn't just send back errors and issues, it tells the record company, yes, I have definitely received all of these bits of data, and they are now sitting in my system waiting to be used. I'll quickly skip over this slide because this is about people wanting labels in particular, but also MLCs looking to join the system. And it's only really to say that there are organized phases that companies or societies or even individuals there's a path that they will follow, which goes from knowledge on the left, understanding what they need to do, what the system is, and so on, then actually starting to build stuff to actually make your local data work with the system. And then it's kind of go live, business as usual. But I don't need to spend too much time on these subheadings because they're quite self-explanatory. But it is quite the task getting up to a point where you can basically use the system. The good news, though, is that if any user is already capable of sending and receiving DDEX messages at all, for instance, if you're using DDEX to send data up to DSPs, you are most of the way there already from a technical point of view. The question then really just is, do I have the correct data for the correct rights types that I am submitting to the receiving collective licensing organizations? So here's just a snapshot of where things are right now. On the left-hand side, we've got 4 societies who are using or imminently using the system. Gramex Finland, who are operating. Resound in Canada are also imminently ready to go live. PPL, as I said, in the UK, and Sona in Holland, with probably 5 or 6 more to come, but I'll come on those in a moment. In the middle 2 columns, you've got the record companies who are basically the UAT group, the user acceptance testing group. And therefore, because they were the icebreakers that were involved early on doing user acceptance testing, they are the first onboarders. And then on the right-hand side there, you've got WIN and IFPI. So who's next? There's at least 5 MLCs, 5 countries, really seriously looking at assessing the requirements with a view to joining the system in the next year to year and a half, and then there will be others to follow. There's at least 15 interested record companies and a lot of participants in our current onboarding seminar series. That goes back to the knowledge arrow that I showed you in the slide a moment ago. And it's important just to remember that this is technically open to all MLCs and all record companies, all their data manager partners, regardless of how big they are, where they happen to be based, and so on. It is a piece of genuine industry-wide sort of infrastructure, if you like, and it only works as a piece of generic industry-wide sort of usefulness if everyone can join it. So as I said before, there is a requirement to be technically able to work with the system, but it is open to all. One point that we haven't spoken about too much today is that it is very much within the scope of the system to allow local collective licensing organizations to act as the gateway into RDX, and therefore for their members' data to go from RDX to all the other receiving countries, so that the labels themselves, particularly the indies, don't have to have their own way of joining. They don't have to have the technical capacity to actually use the system. Some will want to retain control of their own data and their own systems, and they would be welcome to join RDX, no problem. Several already are. But the system works on the basis of access, and access being fair. So we would encourage particularly indie labels to assess RDX for their own use. Many of the smaller companies won't necessarily think it's a priority, and that's fine. But we also encourage particularly the associations to reach out and contact your local collective organizations to check what their joining plans are. Ultimately, everyone should be using this, because if you don't, you will not get the majors' repertoire data ultimately, for instance, or beggars groups' repertoire data. They are looking to switch off feeds and direct access to multiple territories. We are all working towards a single point of access. But if your local society has got the local membership relationships, and it's got an appetite to look to the future and do things better, then you guys would benefit greatly from getting your local CMO to actually join RDX. So ask questions and see what their plans are. There's a lot of information available and needed actually to understand the system, but this is all freely available. I can provide it with no problem at all. So do just reach out and let me know what you want. There's a bunch of stuff from very simple overviews right up to really, really granular technical information. But just let me know what you need, and I will make sure that you get what you want. There will inevitably be many questions on this, depending on who you are, where you're based, what your business structure looks like, and help is at hand. You can certainly contact me, charlie@winformusic.org. There's some very basic and not particularly good information on the main website, which is www.rdx-portal.org. And then there's a generic RDX email, which actually goes to staff at IFPI, which is the inquiries@rdx-portal.org. But feel free to contact me. I can pass messages on to whoever needs to see them. And I hope to receive some queries or some questions over time. That's it from me. Thanks very much indeed for listening and staying with me through quite a technical presentation. I hope it's been useful, and look forward to hearing from you. Have a great conference. Thanks.